Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 11 Ball TV. We've got a match going here between Jorge Bermudez, a 650 Fargo out of Salt Lake City, Utah, versus the one and only Rob Harrison, a 556 Fargo. Welcome to the stream. Stream sponsored by TarMahomesUtah.com. This is the first game of a very long set. Jorge Bermudez is going to be racing to 19 games, whereas Rob, with a lower Fargo rating, is going to be racing to 13 games. Welcome, everyone. Appreciate you tuning in. We've got some really cool things that we're going to be going over here, showing you some new additions to the channel, as well as a few I believe we're going to do a giveaway of a t-shirt, and I will tell you about that here in just a little bit. This is the first game of the long set. Looks like Jorge's at the table playing the pink 4-ball. It's going to be looking for a safe shot, looking for cover. It's going to bring the 4-ball down table, just like that. Pretty well done. Probably, okay, almost makes a 7-ball. Not a problem. He does. That is a successful safety as it hooks Rob. Give you a new angle to look at while we look at this shot here. This is our brand new addition. As you can see, Rob is definitely full ball hooked. He's going to have to kick at this 7-ball. We'll go back to the main stream now. Lucky Loser Billiards, welcome to the 11 Ball TV. We appreciate you tuning in. We've got people all around the country tuning in now. We definitely appreciate it, as this is a growing stream. And Jackie will get that extra large t-shirt out to you as soon as we possibly can. Jorge with a combo here, playing the pink 4-ball into the 7. Nicely executed. Going to be playing position to the purple 5-ball left of your screen. The way the giveaway is going to work, just so everybody knows, everybody that's tuning in, you're going to get one entry into the free t-shirt giveaway for commenting where you're from, and you're going to get another entry if you comment in the comment section over here in the chat section who you're rooting for in this match. So you potentially can get 2 entries into the t-shirt drawing, which I believe will be done at the end of the stream. So let's fill up those chat boxes to the right of the screen there. Get your entries in for a free 11 Ball TV t-shirt. Jorge, unable to make the purple 5-ball, is going to bring Rob back to the table. Bainbridge Island, Washington. That is a ways away. We're glad you could be a part of the stream. Appreciate you tuning in. That will definitely get you a entry into the t-shirt giveaway. Let's see if Rob is able to pocket this purple 5-ball. Corbin, thanks for tuning in. Pocatello, Idaho. I know that place really well. Jackie, you get a t-shirt regardless. You are one of our top fans. We will definitely send that t-shirt to you. I will get Rob on that as soon as the stream's over. We talked about it before the stream. And we are going to just offer you a t-shirt for being one of our best fans, tuning into almost every match that we have. So we appreciate that. Also, if you're enjoying the content, enjoying the stream, please put a like in the YouTube section there. Like the stream. It does help us out, gets viewership, and we appreciate you being a part of it. Rob's just got to roll forward on this 8-ball. Going to try to play this 9-ball in the top, or excuse me, in the left corner or left side pocket. I do apologize. I don't think he's going to do too much with this. Just roll forward just a little bit. All right, so he actually elected to play that with a little pace. And it's cost him the pot, so it's going to bring Jorge back to the table. Let's get a look at this from the overhead cameras. I believe Jorge is hooked. He is hooked on this black 8-ball. He's going to have to kick at it. Going to use the left side rail to kick at this 8-ball. Goes 2 rails into it. Nicely done. Is going to return the favor to Rob. Rob now, after a really nicely played shot by Jorge, he went 2 rails into the 8-ball, has hooked Rob on the 8-ball as well. So Rob's going to look to fire back here. Yes, Jackie, that new camera was installed today. Rob's been working hard on it. This takes a little practice from my side as I was working on it a little bit earlier. My name is Matt Walker, commenting out of Jackson, Wyoming. I used to live in Utah. What a great shot there by Rob. Fantastic kick shot in the bottom left-hand corner. It's going to leave him straight in on this 9-ball. Couldn't ask for anything more. I used to live in Utah. I used to play with all these guys down there in the Salt Lake area. I did recently move to Wyoming about a year and a half ago. Still play pool quite a bit. Was at a tournament this last weekend. Did pretty well. Back to the action, though. Rob with this 10-ball to win the first game on a race to 13 for him. Jorge going to fall behind a match if Rob's able to pocket this. Perfectly done. So we'll take you back to the shot of that rack that won Rob the game. Here you go. My name is Matt Walker, commenting out of Jackson, Wyoming. I used to live in Utah. What a great shot there by Rob. Rob's Rob's great kick shot there wins him the first game of the set. Again, this can be a longer stream tonight, a longer set. I don't think I'm going to stay for the entire set. I think we'll have a few other commentators that'll hop in and out, kind of tag teaming it as we go. But did want to let everyone know about that giveaway Everybody likes free things and a free t-shirt from the 11 Ball TV. So get in that comment section. Let us know where you're from. Let us know who you're rooting for. That'll get you a few entries. Rob with a great break, pocketing both wing balls in both side pockets. And I do believe he's got a shot at this one ball. It is close here. Let's see if he's able to pocket the one. Again, Rob at the table, trying to play position for the blue two ball. Nicely done. Perfect execution on the one ball. He's got a kind of a tight little cut here on the on the two ball. He can do a couple things with this. He doesn't want to use a lot of draw because that's going to put him right in the side pocket. So he's going to hit either left on the cue ball or a high ball. He's got a choice. Lucky loser billiards. I don't know that answer. I do apologize. This table does have 4-inch corner pockets. It's got 4 1/4 inch side pockets. Again, those of you that are watching the stream, if you're interested in playing a match on this table, you can contact the 11 Ball TV. You can also contact Rob Harrison via Facebook. He can put you on the schedule. I do not think so, to answer your question. What I would do is I would message the 11 Ball TV either during or after the match, and we will get an answer for you. Rob, however, at the table, he's got 4 balls for this out. 7 ball leads nicely to the 8 ball, bottom of your screen. Rob trying to take an early 2-game lead in the set. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Jorge if he's able to pocket these last 3 balls. He's got a good angle on this 8 ball. Going to try to play one rail to the right, up behind the 9, play it in the bottom left corner pocket. He's going to have to use a little bit of speed. Perfect. Chose not to use the rail. Not a problem. Personal preference. So Rob playing really good early in this match. Again, looking to take a 2-game lead. Table time is strongly in the favor of Rob early in this match. About 95% to 5% on the table time. And that's going to be indicative of the score here. Likely 2-0 with this 10 ball. Rob knocks it down. takes an early 2-game lead, stays at the table for the break. Once again, the t-shirt that Rob is wearing is the t-shirt that's going to be on the giveaway. Comment in the right-hand side chat box your name, where you're watching, as well as who you're rooting for in this match to get a chance to get in that giveaway later this evening. Rob here is going to try to make these 2 wing balls. He's going to try to make the purple 5 ball in the left side pocket and try to make the pink 4 ball in the right side pocket. He has been doing that consistently over the last couple of days. Very close on the pink 4 ball. It's not going to fall, though. It's going to bring Jorge to the table. He's got to get something going here pretty quick. He did fall behind 2-0. Going to try to play this 1 ball in the bottom left-hand corner pocket. Nicely done. It's got a perfect angle on this 2 ball to come back up table behind the 3 ball. Doesn't want to hit the 3 ball, though. So he's going to try to get right behind it. He may hit in front of it, pop out towards center table. I believe that is the play. Nicely judged there. Jorge looking pretty strong here to start this 3rd game of the very long set. Gonna play a little draw on this 3 ball, try to get back up table. Perfectly done. Pink 4 balls just hanging right there in the pocket. And the table layout looks pretty nice. Jorge's able to pocket these last 6 balls. He's going to get a game back. The 5 to the 6 to the 7, pretty easy. The 9 and 10 are pretty close to each other, so he's going to have to find a workaround there. Excellent shot there. So after Rob's dry break, Jorge's taken this rack, pocketed all 5 balls to start the rack. Looking pretty smooth. Needs to get an angle to get back up table on this 8 ball. Perfect speed. Going to be straight in or very close to. I think he's got a little bit of an angle here. Again, Jorge, after the dry break from Rob, has been able to run every ball on this. Perfect shot. Playing very, very well. Able to run these 9 balls. And the 10th ball here for the win and to go get a game back. Perfect. So Jorge, able to pocket all 10 balls in that rack, takes a 2-1. He gets a game back. 2-1 now the score. Jorge's going to have a break, so we'll get a chance to look at his break. Be the first of the match. In fact, I do actually think he broke first in this match. I tuned in a little late. So this will be his second break. Pockets the pink 4-ball in the side pocket. It's going to remain at the table. The 9 and the 10 ball did get hooked up a little bit, so he's going to have to handle that later on in this rack if he wants to run this table all the way down. Again, if you're enjoying the stream, hit that like button. And again, for all those new that are joining the stream, we're giving away a free t-shirt. All you got to do is comment in the chat box your name, where you're from, as well as who you're rooting for in this match, Rob or Jorge, or who you think's going to win. That will get you an entry into the free t-shirt poll at the end of the match. Did miss that shot. Jorge did. It's going to bring Rob back to the table. Jorge did not play that 1 ball very good. Didn't have shape on the 2, even if he would have made it. So he's not going to be happy about that. Rob plays a 2-rail shot, trying to get shape on the 2 ball, which he's done nicely. So he's got a little bit of an angle on this 2 ball. If he just hits it nice and easy, should come out and be able to play the 3 ball in the top right corner pocket of the screen that you're looking at right now. This camera is a new addition to the stream. Just installed it today. Let us know what you think. Perfectly done there. The NM Navarro watching from New Brunswick, Atlantic, Canada. Welcome to the stream. We are excited about that camera. We'll no longer have to guess if they're hooked or not. We can see from the above angle. Once again, this rack, the 9 and 10 ball, is a problem right now. Neither ball has a pocket, so he's going to have to figure out what he wants to do with that. Going to play position on the green 6 ball. I believe he's going to go up to the top rail and come back up table. He may be going around 2 rails. Just the 1 rail. Perfect. Didn't want to run into it, but he'll be fine. I don't think he was playing to run into that ball, but nonetheless, he should be fine. Rob's got a really strong cut on this 7 ball. I'm going to try to I believe he's going to try to break up this 9 and 10 ball with this shot. And unfortunately, he's got a little unlucky there. He's going to have to kick at this 8 ball. If you're enjoying the content, definitely go to YouTube and go to the 11 Ball TV. Click subscribe. That way you'll be notified of any future matches that are called here. Looks like Rob goes 2 rails back into the 8 ball. Jorge returns to the table. He's got to be happy with what he sees. Rob was able to do all the hard work here, and Jorge's only got these last 3 balls to pocket. He does have to find a position to put the cue ball so he's able to make this 9 ball. Because with this angle, he's going to have to play a really nice shot. Well, he's got a shot at the 9. We'll have to see if he's going to play it or if he's going to try to play a safety. I do believe he's going to try to cut this 9 ball. Top right corner pocket if we're looking at this camera view, camera angle. A safety here is not the easiest play, so I believe he's going to cut the 9 ball. All right, I think he's ready to play this shot. He's going to use a little bit of a left-hand English. He's hit it very, very, very well. Excellent, excellent shot there. With perfect position on the 10 ball. So the match is now tied 2-2. I do believe I have a replay of that 9 ball from Jorge. Let's take a look at that. All right, I think he's ready to play this shot. He's going to use a little bit of a left-hand English. He's hit it very, very, very well. Excellent, excellent shot there. Fantastic shot again by Jorge. Was able to win that game, making a great cut on the 9 ball. Again, Rob did all the hard work in the last rack. Just kind of had a brutal ending when he tried to break out the 9 and the 10 ball. Kicked at the 8 successfully, but left Jorge a nice and easy 3 balls, so he was able to win that game. Jorge again makes a ball in the left side pocket. It's got a pretty nice shot here on this 1 ball. So Jorge remains at the table after successfully pocketing a ball on the break. Very good shot there. Give you another view here. I do think he's able to see this 2-ball. We'll see if he's able to pocket this in the bottom left-hand corner. He's not going to want to play it too hard. Try to stay in position for the 3-ball. He just caught that inside edge of the left corner pocket on the way in. So he's going to leave the 2-ball there for Rob. We'll see if Rob's able to capitalize on the mistake by Jorge. So Rob was able to pocket the 2-ball, but unfortunately, he does not have a clear look at this 3-ball on the bottom of your screen. So he's going to have to kick off the bottom rail, try to kick the 3-ball up table. Ideally, you'd like to leave the cue ball behind the 8-ball. An extremely difficult shot, can be done, but I think what he's going to be looking for here is distance. He's going to try to create distance between the cue ball and the 3-ball, make it difficult for Jorge. But Jorge will be coming back to the table after this shot, most likely. Wow, what a phenomenal shot there by Rob. Incredible shot. Did it exactly how I explained it in the very beginning of that shot sequence. Wasn't 100% sure if he could execute it, but he has indeed, and he's done very, very well. Jorge in a tough position here. Looks like he's going to have to at least go 2 rails. That is tight right up next to the 8-ball. Bring it back to the main view here. Jorge's definitely taking his time on this shot. A very important shot here. Rob battled out to a 2-game lead. Jorge's battled right back, tied up at 2-2. Again, Jorge's going to 19. Rob's going to 13. What an incredible hit there by Jorge. Left in a really tough situation, but was able to kick nicely and hit the 3-ball to prevent giving up ball in hand and a foul. So you're seeing some really great shots here early in this match. I think we've seen at least 2 or 3 of them so far. If that's anything that we're going to see later in the match, stay tuned. Once again, this stream is sponsored by TarmaHomesUtah.com. Visit their website if you're in the market for a new home in Utah. Rob to the table. He's going to have a go at this 3-ball. I believe he's going to come 3 rails, try to leave distance between the 2 balls. And he went for the cut. Just undercut it just a little bit. It was almost a 90-degree cut, so you don't blame him for trying there. Just needed a little bit more speed on it. Jorge should be able to pocket this 3-ball. Perfect. Didn't want to chance it, so he's left himself a little bit of a cut on this pink 4-ball. Definitely love this overhead camera. Perfect addition to the already strong 11-ball TV stream table. Jorge not able to knock down this 4-ball. It's basically going to give Rob almost the exact same shot that Jorge just had, just the opposite side of the table. So we'll see if Rob's able to pocket this. Jorge came up a little bit short on the cut. Definitely wasn't easy. Rob taking his time on this shot. Looks like he's going to try to cut this in the side pocket. He's going to have to play this with a lot of speed. Personally, I think he's going to think about this. I don't know. Maybe he's going to go for it. This could be a great shot here. It's going to have to hit it really hard. That's a really steep cut for the side pocket. Wow, what a good shot. I won't do that again. There was a button on the screen here that said applause. I want to see what it sounded like. So even though it was a good shot, so it worked out well. Really good shot, though, by Rob. He's got 4 balls to go, trying to complete this game. Going to play this with a little bit of a draw. So he has an angle on the 8-ball to get back to the 9. He's done well. Fairly easy cut on this 8-ball. I believe he's going to try to play the 9-ball in one of the side pockets. I think it's going to be the one to the right. Nope. He's going to go back the other way. That is the much better choice there. Going to be straight in on the 9-ball. Get you an overhead look at this. Not quite straight in, but very, very close. Should have easy position on the 10 ball. Trying to lock up the game, go to a 3-2 advantage. Very nice shot there. This 10 ball, again, to take a 3-2 game lead early in this set. I'm going to take you back to two of the shots. Made that happen for Rob. Here's the first one. Wow, what a phenomenal shot there by Rob. So Rob was able to play that safety earlier in the match. Jorge did kick nicely, safe out of it, which led to this. Gonna have to hit it really hard. That's a really steep cut for the side pocket. Wow, what a good shot. Both those shots on the replay were in that last game, helped lock it down for Rob. Takes a 3-2 lead. His break, game number 6. Four ball in the side pocket. He's going to have a shot here at the 1 ball. Once again, if you're just tuning in, if you leave a comment in the chat box, you will get an entry into a drawing. You could win a free 11 ball t-shirt, 11 ball TV t-shirt. If you comment again who you're rooting for, that will get you a second entry. So possibility of 2 entries just by commenting into the chat box. Also, if you like what you see, what you hear, hit the subscribe button, be notified when we go live with future matches. I believe Rob's got matches scheduled all week long. Big matches. Rob able to bank the 1 ball. Plays a very nice shot on the 2 ball. Does have a difficult shot here on the 3 as it does not have a pocket. The 6 ball is blocking the path to the upper left-hand corner pocket. He's going to have to get creative here. I believe that's why he's taking an extra second. Give you an overhead look at this one, what he's up against. Again, Rob at the table playing the red 3 ball. Wow, what a shot. Very difficult combination there. Rob called it nicely, was able to make it at a high rate of speed to remain at the table. Very, very, very good shot. Difficulty level, probably a 9 out of 10 from that distance. He's left himself a little bit of an angle here on the 3 ball. Gonna try to play position on this purple 5 ball. All right, he's elected to go the safe route. So he tried to get behind that purple 5 ball. Don't think he's gotten away with it. Absolutely not. You can see with this overhead camera, Jorge's got a perfect route to this 3 ball. Looks like it does go in this side pocket. He'll run the cue ball up to the top of the table and then back down for the 4 ball. So Jorge at the table, looking to pocket this purple 5 ball. He's going to look to get behind the 7 ball. All right, it looks like he was unable to see that. He's played a safe attempt on Rob. We'll get you that overhead view. I do believe he's gotten away with the safe. I think Rob's going to be jumping at this ball. Quickly, we'll go back to the main view. He might be able to hit it. We'll see what he chooses to do here. He is going airborne. Gonna jump over the 9 ball. Try to pocket this 4 in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Wow, what a great jump shot there. So an excellent jump shot there by Rob. Keeps him at the table. He's going to play this 7 ball, top right corner pocket. He's going to try to come back down table. He's going to go. All right. He didn't like the lie. Wow, that is a really difficult play there on a safety attempt. It's going to leave Jorge a really good opportunity here. I don't think Rob's going to be happy with his effort there on the 7 ball, as it does give Jorge a fairly easy rack. These last 4 balls are not too difficult. He's under hit the 7 ball. It's going to leave him a difficult shot on this 8 ball. I don't think he's going to try to make it. I believe he's going to try to leave the cue ball back up table. Try to put the 8 ball somewhere down in this area. We'll see what he chooses to do. All right, Jorge down on the shot. We'll see what he chooses to play here. He's got quite a few options. He's going to go with the back and forth. Perfectly executed. A+ shot there on the safety attempt. Jorge with a really good defensive game. He's shown it to you there. Rob calls the bottom left-hand corner. He's going to try to kick at this ball. We'll see if he's able to kick at this successfully. I do think he's going to hit this 8-ball. It's just a matter of if it goes in or not. He's called the top right corner pocket of your screen. Oh. Unfortunately, Rob scratches there. He did successfully hit the 8-ball. However, cue ball goes in the pocket. It's going to give Jorge ball in hand. He should definitely get out here. Jorge is 650 Fargo rating out of Salt Lake City, Utah. So Jorge fires back here. Goes 3-3. We'll show you one replay from that rack. I believe it was Rob's jump shot. Green. Wow, what a great jump shot. It was a great jump shot. Unfortunately, Rob wasn't able to close out the rack. Still, though, he's got to be pleased with his jump cue. At least it'll build him some confidence for later in the match. All right, so Jorge does not make a ball on the break. It's going to bring Rob back to the table. Remember, if you do want to get your name in the drawing for the free t-shirt, free giveaway after the match, again, just want to remind the viewers, all you have to do, comment who you're rooting for, where you're from in the chat box. That will get you 2 entries into the free t-shirt drawing at the end of the match. Also, like the stream, subscribe to the stream to be notified in the future when we go live. We did hit the 100 subscriber mark. That is why the free t-shirt's on the line for this evening. So we appreciate all of you sharing the stream. You can share the stream to your Facebook if you like what you see. There are some really, really big matches to be played on this table later in the week. I think there's a match tomorrow. I think there's one also on Friday. Rob going all the way up the table to kick at this 2-ball. He has gotten away with it, successfully hitting the 2-ball. As you can see, Jorge does not have a clear path to the 2-ball. He's going to have to use the side rail to the top of your screen to kick at this blue 2-ball. I believe he's called the bottom right-hand corner pocket. Wow, good effort there, though, by Jorge. He is going to leave Rob a really good chance here. The table looks nice. Should not be too difficult here. I believe he's going to play this 2-ball into the rail, come back out to around right here. Let's take a look at where this 3-ball lies. 3-ball does have almost a full pocket to be cut in, so that could be the play. I think he's trying to debate what he wants to do. Problem is, he's got to try to play position on this pink 4-ball. So I do believe he's trying to play the shot I drew on the screen a second ago. It's the safer shot. It also leads him to position on this pink 4-ball. Well, Rob decided to fire at it. Unfortunately, he scratched. I really didn't like that play. I really would have liked him just to cut that in the corner pocket, roll up just a little bit on the 3-ball. I think it would have gave him a much better chance to at least make the 3-ball and remain at the table. Last thing you want to do in that situation is scratch. Meanwhile, Jorge back at the table after the scratch by Rob. This could cost Rob the game and give Jorge the first lead of the match. Let's see if Jorge's able to knock these last 4 balls in. 6 leads to the 7, 7 to the 8, 8 to the 9, 9 to the 10. Pretty easy. I don't see him having too many problems here, if any. He can either roll forward here. I personally like to roll forward on this ball, play this rail, and come back out. See if he's going to do that. He could go just off the top right side. Perfectly done. Goes 2 rails for shape, as just like we drew it up. He's got a better angle on the 7 after going forward 2 rails on that shot. Only has to make this 7-ball, roll forward maybe 2 or 3 inches, play this 8-ball in the side. If he chooses, he doesn't even have to roll forward if he doesn't want to. 8-ball's got a nice clean side pocket to go into. Perfectly done. And it's looking like that scratch on that 2-ball is going to cost Rob this game as he doesn't get back to the table. So I think he'd like to have that one back. Jorge with this 10-ball take his first lead of the match, 4 games to 3. And he's done so nicely. Show you that 10-ball one more time, giving him his first lead of the match. Jorge with this 10-ball take his first lead of the match, 4 games to 3. And he's done. So Jorge with the break, 8th game of the set, leads 4 to 3. He has made both balls in each side pocket. So the two balls that were directly behind the one ball on the break have both found their way in each of the side pockets. As you can see on the screen, he's not going to be happy with that. He was trying to play a safety shot behind the 6 ball. It got away from him. He's going to give ball in hand to Rob. Rob has to take advantage of this opportunity. Jorge is on 1 foul. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. The table looks runnable for Rob, so I don't see the 3 foul rule coming into play. I know after your opponent scratches, the first thing you look at is the layout of the table. If things are difficult, you may think about trying to get your opponent in the 3 foul situation, which would cost them the game. But this table, however, I don't see that happening. He can either draw back on this purple 5 ball, or he can go forward just to the right side of the 5 ball. Perfect. If he plays this ball with a little bit of top right spin, that's what I would play it with. It's going to bring him right behind the 7. He's playing a little bit of bottom. Not a problem. Rob making quick work of this rack after the ball in hand on the error by Jorge on the first shot of this rack. Again, Jorge did make 2 balls on the break, went for a safety on the 1. Unsuccessful, led to a scratch. It's giving Rob ball in hand. That's the outlook of this game so far. Is Rob going to be able to take full advantage of it? I think he'll be okay. He is going to run into the 9 ball on this shot. I don't think there's a way for him to avoid that. So he's going to have to figure out what direction the 9 ball is going to go after contact. Likely it's going to go straight into the rail. There's a very good overhead view there of what Rob's trying to do. He's trying to see the deflection after pocketing the 8 ball. What direction is the cue ball going to go in? So Rob with an 8 ball here. Really important shot. The shot of this game. I think he was just worried about where the 9 ball was gonna go, so he let off on the pot there, which is gonna put Jorge back to the table with a golden opportunity here, kinda steal away a game from Rob. Once again, Rob does the dirty work all the way down to the last 3 balls of the table. It's gonna leave Jorge with a very easy out. So in my opinion, Jorge very fortunate to get back to the table. Rob just landed a little awkward there on that 8 ball. Knew he was gonna run into the 9 ball, and sometimes when you know you're gonna run into the 9 ball, you let off on the shot that you're trying to make just because you're worried about where the 9 ball is gonna go. It looks like that's what happened. It's gonna lead to Jorge taking his first 2-game lead of the match. So both players making pretty big errors in this game. Jorge very fortunate to get back to the table. Takes a 5-3 lead. All right, rack number 9, Jorge to break. Watch the purple and the pink ball. Pink ball finds the right side pocket. Cue ball is going to get kicked up the table. It's going to leave him an extremely long shot on this 1 ball. If he's able to see it, let's take a look. I do believe he's able to see this 1 ball. So the thought process here is going to be to leave Rob a very long shot on the 1 ball, which he has not executed very well. So don't think he's going to be entirely pleased with that. If Rob just pockets this 1 ball, it should lead him perfectly over to the 2 ball. See what Rob likes here. I do believe he's going to come down to the bottom of the table. Well, based on how he's playing it, he's playing a lot of draw. This could go wrong. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't look to me like he was 100% comfortable taking that shot. You put that much draw on the cue ball, it's going to throw the 1 ball. It looks like it threw it out of the pocket. Jorge returns to the table. He's got a 9-foot shot here on the 1 ball. Remember, if you want to get into the giveaway, free giveaway, t-shirt, the one that Rob's wearing, you could win that. All you have to do, comment in the comment section who you're rooting for, where you're from, and there's going to be a drawing after this match is completed to see who walks away with a free t-shirt and a little bit of swag from the 11 Ball TV. Don't forget to do that. Also, like the stream, hit subscribe on the YouTube channel. Be notified when we go live for future matches. Again, I can't say it enough. The amount of pool that's going to be played on this table between now and the end of the month, you would not believe it. There's going to be a lot of dollar signs exchanged. So if you like what you see, give the stream a follow. Again, we're sponsored by TarmaHomesUtah.com. You can also read the description on the YouTube page. There are a few additions there as well. If you like the commentary, there's a place in there to show your appreciation. Jorge to the table after Rob's miss of the 2-ball. He plays a nice little safety. I do think Rob can see an edge of this 2, but I don't think he's going to use that. I think he's going to use the end rail, come down off the end rail back into the 2-ball. And if he hits it right, the 2-ball will likely go up table, and the cue ball is going to sit right down there on the bottom rail. We appreciate you, Patrick, for tuning in from, I believe it's Polsbo, Washington. Fantastic. Appreciate the subscribe there. If you're ever in the Utah area, let the 11 Ball TV know. Maybe we can get some of our subscribers on the table. We'd love that. Very nicely played shot there by Rob. So a little tactical battle. The table's a little bit messy, meaning all the balls aren't quite out in the open. So both players are going to have to navigate their way through this. Jorge going for a hit here. It was a good hit. It's not going to give up ball in hand. And it is going to hook Rob on the other side. So going back and forth here. So again, both players firing back at one another here. Trying not to give the other one a shot. Both players have proven that they're able to run balls, get out in racks here. I think Rob is going to come off the bottom of the. Okay, he could just see a edge of the 2-ball. Wow. I'd say it's a pretty good shot. Difficulty level's really high because he didn't want to run into the 3-ball. So he played that nicely. It's left Jorge a shot, though. He's going to bring the cue ball or the 2-ball up in that area. The opposite ball is going to be down in this area. He's going to try to use the 4, the 8, and the 6 as potential blockers. He's used the 6-ball, done nicely there. Rob's going to try to kick off this left long rail. Was able to hit the 2 ball. It does lay a little awkward here. So what you're seeing right now is a very, very good tactical battle between these two players. Both players can kick well as they're getting out of each other's safeties here. So another attempt here by Jorge. Neither player's had a decent shot on the 2 ball. That's why it's still sitting on the table after about 10 or 11 shots each. So Rob unfortunately fouled on that. Gonna give Jorge ball in hand. So it's really the first good shot either player has had on the 2 ball. Now he's going to be playing position for the purple 5 ball. He's going to try to play it in the left side pocket based on how he's cueing here. He's going to try to draw back just like so. Left himself a little bit of an angle. If he uses top right spin on the cue ball, he's going to hit that edge just like that. Come on over for the 6 ball. Jorge able to pocket the 6 ball nicely. He's overran his shape here on the 8. It's going to leave him a very difficult shot into these 4-inch corner pockets on this 8 ball. So Jorge, after the ball in hand, able to run out here. Looks like Rob conceded the game. So Jorge's going to be up 6 games to 3. Looks like he's going to take a quick break there. Perfect time to tell you about what we got going on here. Once again, all you have to do is put your name in the chat box to the right-hand side, comment who you're rooting for, where you're from. And if you like what you hear, you'll get 2 entries into a drawing for a giveaway. It's going to be a t-shirt, says the 11 Ball TV on it. It's the t-shirt that Rob is wearing. If you're not interested in the t-shirt, if you give the stream a like, we definitely appreciate that. Also, subscribe if you like what you see and what you hear. I do believe I'm going to be joined by a fellow commentator here shortly. Jorge back to the table. We'll show you a few highlight shots of this match so far. All right, I think he's ready to play this shot. He's going to use a little bit of a left hand English. He's hit it very, very, very well. Excellent, excellent shot there. That was a little earlier in the match. A great shot by Jorge. Jorge with the break. Unsuccessful. Rob's going to come to the table. Does not have a look at this yellow one ball. Top of your screen. So he's got two choices here. He can elect to try to hit this one ball. If he doesn't like that, he can call what's called a push shot. A push shot just means you're giving the opponent the choice to take the next shot or to give it back to you. It's a rotational game only choice. So you're seeing Rob shoot away from the ball. Totally legal shot. Jorge's going to come to the table, have a look. If he doesn't like it, he has the ability to give the shot back to Rob. And then Rob is then forced to take a shot. They play that in rotation because there's not a guarantee that you're going to have shape after the break in a rotation game. Looks like Jorge is going to take this shot on. I believe he's going to return a save. Probably going to use the two ball. Unsuccessful there. And if we look at the layout of this table, the 3, the 9, and the 8 ball right here have gotten clustered up. So he's going to have to, so either player is going to have to look into that a little later in this game number 10. Very good shot there by Rob. It was a longer shot. Well played. He's having a look at the 3 ball. There's really, in my personal opinion, no way to pocket this 3 ball. So I believe what he's going to look at is how he can hit the red 3 as a defensive shot, bring Jorge to the table. Hopefully he won't have a look at the 3 ball if it's a successful safety attempt by Rob. Or you can just make a phenomenal shot, as Rob just did, and bust out the 8 and the 9. I can't begin to tell you how difficult that shot was. So a fantastic shot. And now if we look at the table, if Rob's able to pocket this red 3 ball, he's got a really good outlook of the table. Well, it wasn't an easy shot. So Rob, unfortunately, not able to pocket the three ball after making an incredible shot right before that. Jorge now goes for a safety attempt. Unsuccessful. Rob able to see that three ball on the overhead camera. I think Rob's going to use the 9 and the 10 ball. Perfectly done. Go back to the main camera. As you can see, Rob with a very successful safety attempt there. Puts Jorge behind the 9 and the 10. If I'm Jorge here, I wouldn't mind jumping this into the 9 ball and bringing the cue ball up table. I do think, though, the 3 ball would hit the 8 and stay right there. So we'll have to see what he likes, but he is going with the jump cue, I think. All right. Hold that thought for just a second. He's got all kinds of options, so he looks like he's going to go all the way up table. Yeah, I didn't like that play. I think he had a much better chance of hitting that 3 ball if he just jumps over the 9 and the 10. So Jorge does have one foul, like I was mentioning previously. Once a player has a foul in the game of 10 ball, these two players will look to try to get them into a 3 foul situation sometimes. I don't see that happening right now. But Jorge is on one foul. The fouls do not reset until the game is over. And in my personal opinion, Rob needs to take full advantage of this table. He needs to run these balls out, build himself some confidence, get a game back. A 6-4 game match looks a lot better than a 7-3 match. All right, Rob liked running in to the 6 ball there. He's going to have to cheat this 6 ball. What I mean by that is he's going to have to play the 6 ball more to the left of the pocket than he wants to try to get over to the 7 ball, which is on the right side of the table. He didn't cheat the ball, and that's what's led to him running into the 7 ball. I don't blame him. These 4-inch corner pockets sometimes don't allow you to cheat it as much as you'd like. So staying at the table is a much better option than risking the possibility of missing the shot. Rob Comes up a little bit short there. It's not going to like that. Jorge's going to be able to cut this 7 ball in the top right corner pocket. Come around 2 rails, leave himself an angle on the 8 ball. Cue ball should be in about this area. He may get closer. Depends on the speed that he chooses to hit it with. Much, much better. Got to be happy with that. Now he just needs to use the rail. He's going to use the rail and come back out here. Perfectly done. Like I was mentioning earlier, 7-3. Is upon us here if Jorge's able to get out here and not make an error, a big error. So Rob's going to have to battle back here. He's fallen behind by 4 games. He does get a 6-game spot, but he doesn't want to use all those up this early. This match does have a figure on it. If you see in the bottom of your screen, they are playing for a little something something. Take a moment again while we have a whole bunch of people in here. If you want that chance at a free t-shirt, all you got to do is comment in the comment section where you're from, where you're watching from, and who you're rooting for. Get you 2 entries into the free t-shirt that Rob is wearing. It does say the 11-ball TV on it. Everybody likes a free something something here and there. Take advantage of it. I am likely to be joined by a fellow commentator here within moments. So Rob attacking the table after that dry break by Jorge. All right, Rob elects to play that 2-ball with a lot of pace, trying to get position on this 3-ball. You do see with our overhead camera, he is able to see this 3-ball. It'll be interesting to see what he chooses to do here. I don't believe he's going to try to make this ball. I think he's going to try to use the 7-ball as cover, possibly the 6. Well, he's tried to use the 6, but he's not going to be pleased with his effort there. I would have much rathered him use the 6-ball and bring the 3-ball further up to this side of the table. 6-ball becomes a very big ball if you do that. If you do it this way, it's a little easier to come up short, as we just saw there. Jorge trying to play a safe of his own, putting him behind the 6-ball. He's going to make Rob kick at this 3 ball. So Jorge at the table is to take an 8-3 game lead. All right, I do believe we've got these little technical difficulties handled here. So this is a huge game for Rob. Jorge making a mistake brings Rob back to the table. In my opinion, Rob absolutely needs this game. Oh no. So Rob clearly struggling. He's going to have to play through it. Sometimes we get into a position where we start making mistakes. One thing leads to another. I think he's frustrated at how this set's gone so far. He does not usually miss that 7 ball like that. Jorge now gifted a chance to be able to take another game. That would put him 8 games to 3. Jorge with a lot of momentum right now. And Rob, on the other hand, needs to regroup, get himself back into this match. Score now is 8 games to 3 in favor of Jorge. All right. Jorge with the break. He is able to pocket a ball. I don't think that was a purposeful safety attempt. I think that Jorge's gotten away with one. And if you're Rob, you've got to be feeling like, what can I do to get back into this match? Everything seems to be going against him right now. So he's going to have to figure out a way and play through it. He's got the jump cue, going to go airborne, try to pocket this one ball in the top left corner pocket of your screen. Successfully hits the one ball. However, he's left a shot now for Jorge. Doesn't give up ball in hand. That's the most important thing. All right, Jorge with a longer shot here on the one. No problem. Again, we're seeing Jorge play with a lot of confidence and a lot of momentum. Rob, on the other hand, is struggling, and I know he knows it. He's going to have to battle through it here. Jorge with the shot on the two on the side. Come up short. It's going to bring Rob back to the table. And once again, Rob getting a little bit unlucky with these rolls in the past couple of racks. He hasn't been able to execute, however, taking advantage of the mistakes that Jorge makes. But this one was just an unfortunate miss by Jorge that's left Rob in a very difficult position. Looks like I'm also joined now by Chris Shane out of Salt Lake City. How you doing, Chris?
What's up, Matt? How you doing? Yeah, Rob looks like he's definitely in the battle. I think maybe it's one of those things where he's got a lot on his mind, and now that now that he's up against it, maybe he can summon the will to focus a little bit. But yeah, you're right. When he's getting left bad, when he gets his chance sometimes, and Jorge's definitely taken advantage of the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been the story of the last 3 or 4 racks. I mean, Rob's had his opportunities to get out and has just made a few little mistakes, and great, credit Jorge. He's been able to capitalize on those mistakes and get a few easy games, but you can see Jorge playing with a lot of confidence right now.
Yeah, and
Pocketing.
this layout looks like a fairly easy out. I really only see the looks like the 7 kind of tied up over there on the rail, but there's plenty of space to get that into a pocket. I don't see any problems here with this run out. Do you?
The only thing that I was gonna say, I was waiting for that shot right there because that was the only thing that I think could have gone wrong, is he could have overhit that 5 ball. But this 6 is gonna lead him directly over to the 7. Just needs to use a little bottom left-hand English, go 2 rails, come back behind the 7. He doesn't wanna get straight on the 7 ball, though. He wants to leave himself an angle, just like
Yeah,
that.
that's perfect right there.
Yeah, perfectly done. This is going to test his stroke a little bit. He has rattled these earlier in the match, but he is playing with a lot of confidence, so I like him to make it though. Yeah, you can see he's powering balls in like he's playing like a man possessed right now, just simply taking what the table gives him and taking advantage of his opportunities.
I think Rob's gonna have to really rally. Maybe try to tie up Jorge on some opportunities. Maybe play some safeties. Get creative here to get back into this one.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have to take advantage of some ball in hand opportunities and try to get his confidence back. The table time percentage between these two in the last couple of racks has been highly in the favor of Jorge. So Rob just needs to get himself to the table and get him some confidence in making 3 or 4 balls. Take every ball at a time and really needs to focus. Score is 9-3 now. Jorge pulling away just a little bit. But as we've seen on this table time and time again, the score does get close near the end. So we'll see if that is going to happen later on in this match.
Now this is what, the third meeting between these two?
Yeah, I do believe this is the third time they've met and they played, and I think they've split sets if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but they do Rob's been trying to perfect this table, and to be honest with you, I think he's done a phenomenal job of just getting this table in pristine condition, adding upgrades as much as he can for the viewers at home so that we're able to see every kind of angle that we
And
can.
I gotta tell you, I got a chance to play on it just this last Sunday with Rob. We screwed around a little bit, and that felt, and those rails are playing absolutely incredible. I mean, the brakes are off the hook, and I can't think of a better surface to play on right now.
Oh man, that's good to hear. I'm a little jealous though. I've been trying to get down to Utah to play on this table. I mean, I've been commenting matches since we began the whole stream, but haven't had the ability to play on it just yet. But hopefully, I'll change that here in the near future.
Yeah, Rob's got a good opportunity here. Got pretty fortunate with that break, and he's set up here for the one.
Yeah, I don't. So based on what he was doing there, I don't think he was trying to make the one ball. He didn't feel like he had a route to the 2 ball that was easy, so he went for a safe, but he's definitely not executed that very well either at the moment.
Looked
But
like
you
he
can
just overcooked that a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, you can see his frustration though. So he's just got to take some deep breaths and he's got to get himself back focused. I believe he's lost a lot of focus in the last couple of racks. I think now he's lost 7 racks in a row, I do believe, because he was up 3-2, I think. And here's another one of those unfortunate situations where Rob's just got to feel like, what do I got to do to get a shot here?
Yeah, no kidding. We've all been there, right? Where you finally feel like you're going to get your opening, you stand up and look at it, and you're hooked. It looks like he's probably going to go to the jump cue here. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is if he tries to make this ball, position on the 2 ball is not guaranteed. So I think what he's trying to do is just not give up ball in hand. The table isn't easy. The 5 ball and the 6 ball are right next to each other. So they
That's
don't
pretty well done
so
right there.
yeah. Yeah, it's gonna put Jorge in a situation where he's gonna have to fire back with a safety of his own because he's not gonna try to make this ball. It's way too difficult.
Looks like he might be trying to play that one down at the bottom of the table there behind that cluster.
Yeah, so he's going to use these. 1 ball down here is going to try to bring the cue ball back up in that area. Just like that. Perfectly done. And that's a case that, Rob's just going to have to kick at this ball and try to get back to the table in a position to where he's able to pocket some balls. Like I said, I don't remember the last ball he was able to make, so things just not going his way. But when you play a set this long and with this many games in it, I know it's going to turn around for him at some point because the rolls cannot go against you for that long. I played way too much pool to know that they're going to shift at some point in time.
Boy, that's a pretty fortunate leave there.
Yeah, he's got to feel. I think he's going to try to make this 3-ball. So he's going to carry him the 1, roll the cue ball up table, and pocket the 3-ball. So
Where that
might get.
one just caught a little bit of that 9, or that might have been a beauty.
Okay, so he went for the lockdown save. And once again, he's gotten away with it because that 1 ball was traveling all the way down to the bottom of the table and caught one of those balls in the middle and stayed there. So got to credit. Unless you can see that, let's take a look from the overhead camera here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I can't tell if it's frozen to that 7. Oh, looks like it's a good shot.
Wow, perfect.
Lucked out right there. That's gonna open things up. Rob's got to have a little bit of mojo creeping back into him now, seeing the run out possibility here.
Yeah, he's going to try to play this. Let me get back to the main view here. So he's going to try to play this position right over here. Cue ball is going to try to be on that rail so he has the ability to pocket this 3-ball. Unless he's trying to power draw. I just don't like that play.
Yep. He's
Well, he's made both balls, so it's going to be Jorge's option.
I think he's going to take this.
Yeah, 100%.
And what do you do with the 5-ball here? I always get confused. The 5-ball is the purple, not the 4. Now it's you got
Correct.
4-ball is the pink one.
Correct. So he's playing with these aramith balls. I believe they're aramith balls, which changes the 4-ball to pink and the 5-ball to the purple. Yeah, just like oh wow,
Wow.
he got so fortunate there. But I mean, you got to give Jorge credit. He's playing with a little freedom, a lot more freedom than say Rob is at the moment. But things definitely going his way.
I was gonna say I don't enjoy playing with balls in general, but if you have to, aramith balls are probably the way to go.
Yeah, they're I believe that's the set he's using. I'm gonna have to confirm that later on and double check, but I'm pretty sure that's what they're using. Nonetheless, Jorge with another opportunity here to get out.
I'm curious what the chat thinks about the ball situation. Do you like the standard balls, or do you like this kind of the unique colorway here?
Yeah, we'll have to see if somebody responds in there. I try to do my best to when they get to the purple and the pink, I try to let the viewers know because I get confused too, and if I don't say it, I'm not gonna know it. So I've got to at least let them know.
I appreciate it. I was watching the stream the other day, and you'd mentioned the ball color, and it was very refreshing. I didn't have to think about it.
Yeah, I mean the 5-ball on your typical billiard set is orange, so with it being purple, definitely changes things. Back to the game though, Jorge with just 2 balls to go to get out in this set or in this game and take a 10-3 advantage. Well, he's misplayed that though. Don't think
This
that's
left
what he wanted
himself a
to
little
do.
weird. Yeah, this is going to be a little tester for sure.
Jorge's made some pretty tough shots um, so far in this match. I've got a few of them on the replay counter here, but This one definitely ranks up there as pretty difficult. See if he can knock this in and gain another game on Rob. But if he doesn't, Rob's got to pocket this 10 ball. But let's see what Jorge chooses to do here.
Oh, he went for that bank, confident. That's gonna be.
Oh, okay.
That's the break that Rob needed right there.
Yeah, I think Jorge is going to kick himself for that one, not playing a better positional shot from the 9 to the 10 and letting Rob back into this set here with this win. We'll have to see if he pockets the 10, but like you mentioned, this is definitely a break that Rob didn't think he was going to have, that he has to have.
There it
Nice.
is. A little bit of life now for Rob.
Yes, nicely done.
Jackie in the chat. I think I'm with you on that one. I think the standard airmouth would be the way to go. I know Rob has looked into it as well, but the overhead view, yeah, does give a nice good look on TV.
Well, I'll take you back and show you that last shot there by Rob, getting him to 4 games. Break that Rob didn't think he was going to have, that he has to have.
There it is. A little bit of life now for Rob.
Yeah. All right, so Rob to the table on the 14th rack. Watch this purple 5 ball and the pink 4 ball. So they both go to the sides. Neither one is close. Well, looks like it's going to be dry. Yeah, I just don't, I've watched a lot of Rob's matches and he tends to have that break going for him, and in this particular set, it's gone against him more times than not.
It looks like the way that the ball's kind of spread to the right there, he must have not quite hit it flush, because this is definitely an odd layout for what we typically see on those 10 ball breaks from Rob.
Yeah, especially on this table. I mean, it's very rare that any ball gets connected to each other, especially because they're using that magic rack, but you don't typically see them all to the right side. So Rob's going to have to come with a shot here. He can go 2 rails or he can go 1. I do believe he's just going to go the 1 rail, come back behind this one. Perfect.
That's well played.
I've watched a lot of Rob's games, again, like I mentioned before, and his kicking ability is extremely good.
He kicks like a mule.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. But yes, he definitely his kick game has kept him in match after match. I mean, that's not an easy kick by any means to hit that 1 ball like that. But I know Jorge was hoping for ball at hand there. But again, Rob kicks out of it. Jorge going to go for a second attempt. He's done well.
Oh, that's another shade of difficulty higher right here on this one.
Yeah, Rob's going to try to take this line, going to go 2 rails into the 1. He's got a much better opportunity of hitting this 1 ball if he goes 2 rails than if he goes the standard 1. So I think he's got to hit near that 3rd diamond on the bottom of the screen. Oh my goodness.
Is he going to jump at it? Oh, yikes.
Yeah, he's going to jump. He must like that a little bit better. Try to go back to this angle real fast. This is a long jump.
Oh my God. What a shot.
Yeah, that was Impressive to say the least.
That's the shot of the match. I mean, I haven't seen much of the match so far, but that is absolute bonkers right there. Great stuff from Rob.
Now you just gotta take advantage of it if and Jorge shakes his head like, "Damn, that was a good shot."
I don't blame him. That was like, where the hell did that come from? Good
So
Lord.
that was I'm not sure, I think he landed there between the pink 4 and the green 6, we'll have to go
He
back
did.
and take a look at it. I've got the
Yeah.
replay, we'll take a look at it here in just a moment.
That's one to bookmark for sure because it did come down and it had to thread the needle between that 6 and the 9, I think, to get down in there. It was
I
that was
mean,
nuts.
it may have landed by the 7 and jumped the 6 again. I'm not again, we'll have to look at this replay in just a moment. We'll show it to you again, but Jorge at the table trying to get out of this safe that Rob put him in off of an amazing jump shot. Unbelievable. That is such a good hit by Jorge. I cannot begin to tell you
Wow.
how hard of a hit that was, and he hit it perfectly. So Rob's going to come back to the table. Going to try to play this one ball in the top right corner pocket. He's going to need to watch out for the side pocket. That's what he's standing up for. He realized that this angle is going to take him right near that left side pocket.
How that cluster of balls on the side pocket almost reminds me of a control drill or something, you know?
Yeah, so Rob's he's hit that well. I believe he played it a little too hard. That's left him this long shot. He needs to make this 2 ball because then he has all kinds of options with this red 3 ball. He can either slow roll this or he can hit it at a nice, easy pace, and he should be fine either way he goes. I think if he misses this, I think that Jorge is going to try to lock him down into another save. But we'll see where the 2 ball ends up.
Yeah, it seems like there's so many safeties there with that 3. Put it into that scattering of balls and place the cue down at the near rail here. Critical shot.
All
Oh,
right. So I actually really, really like that play by Rob simply because he didn't trust that he was going to be able to make the shot. So he took the easier route, which was to kick that 2 ball over and hide the cue ball behind the cluster there in the middle.
yep, I love that play as well. I didn't have that on my bingo card, but it you know, looking at it, that's absolutely the play.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really thinking about that either, but boy, if you had the confidence to execute it like Rob did, I don't blame him for taking that.
Okay, this is gonna leave Rob with a nice little opening. That side pocket comes into play.
Take a look at this overhead camera and see
No,
he should be fine. He'll end
yep.
up in right near the corner of the side pocket. It's not a scratch unless he puts draw on the cue ball, which he's not going to.
I'm loving this aerial view. It really gives us a chance to see exactly where that 2 is positioned.
Nicely played by Rob there. It really does. Yeah, that's the first time I'm fiddling with it here, and I think the viewers appreciate it. And I know Rob worked hard on getting it installed on the table today. Wasn't easy. Took a whole bunch of effort, but nonetheless was able to get it done, and it's worked out and helps us all instead of having to guess if he's hooked, we can definitely see. So
So
love
now,
that feature.
what do we do here? Do you like the combo there, or do you like the safe?
I like the combo. I think it's easy to play the combo, and then he can choose from there. So I think he's gonna combo this. Yeah, I mean, the good news is the
Mm.
5 balls rolled up on the 8, so getting out of this rack for Jorge has become a lot more difficult, but I don't blame him for taking that combo. He just definitely didn't execute it the way he wanted to.
Yeah, it's always combos, no matter how straightforward they look. They always seem to be just a little bit trickier than you might think, even at this level.
Yeah, Jorge doesn't like it either, so he's gonna fire back at a safe attempt of his own here. Now it's left Rob with a really tricky shot.
Yeah, what are his options here? Jump and land right on top of it, or go 2 rails and come back with some.
Yeah, I don't like the jump, but unless he's gonna jump and kick off the top rail, but if he jumps to try to land on this 3, I mean, that's a 10 out of 10 difficulty.
And here we
I
go.
just I just let's go to the top view here so we can see.
Rob says, "I see your 10 out of 10, and I raise you."
Yeah,
Yep.
it's such a hard shot to land on that ball. I mean, he didn't have a lot of options, but I mean,
I-
that does put Rob on foul number 1. And I think if you're Jorge looking at this rack, I think he's going to try to utilize this 3 foul rule. We'll have to
Yeah,
take a look here.
he definitely doesn't like that 5 ball where it's sitting,
And
and
that was very poorly done.
that was
He
a
did
mistake.
not
Yep.
he did not judge that really well, which is going to surprisingly, he's done all the hard work for Rob. Rob's just got to focus on pocketing these balls. I mean, he's got to feel fortunate to get back to the table
Just
with this
tap,
kind of
tap,
layout.
taparoo. Tap, tap, taparoo.
Yeah, let's see if he's able to put a little bit of inside, which he did, which caused him to throw the 3 ball out of the pocket. Fortunate for him, it hasn't left Jorge with a very easy option at all. Been meaning to show this jump shot. I'm going to try to throw this on replay without interrupting the match, but we've got to go back and take a look at that jump shot that was from earlier in the match. He must like that a little bit better. Try to go back to this angle real fast. This is a long jump.
Oh my
Oh,
God! What a shot!
so that shot was earlier in the match, and looking at it again, the cue ball jumped the 6 ball as well. That was pretty
Yep,
crazy.
that was awesome. Jorge does well there to get a touch on the 3.
He should be able to make this in the side. I think there's plenty of room there. He's going to play position on the pink 4 ball. Yeah, he had to spin that in there. I seen how he was cueing that. He had to use a little bit of inside English on the cue ball. Very difficult shot. Was able to make it though. We'll go back to the regular view here. He's gonna cut this 4 ball in the bottom left-hand corner pocket at a nice slow pace to try to hold for that purple 5 ball, possibly up in the top right corner.
This seems like a pretty pivotal moment in this set right here. Obviously, being able to play position on this 5 was really gonna play to Rob's favor.
Yeah, this has been a very difficult or rack to navigate, as well as both players have had plenty of opportunities here. Rob, I think, is going to get a little fortunate there. He's gotta like that he can actually see the 5 ball. He's gonna attempt a save here. Try to use the 6 and the 7.
Ooh.
Yeah, he got a little lucky, but again, longer you play pool, and when things are not going your way, if you continue to play, sometimes things start to change, and that's what we're seeing here. Rob got a favorable roll there. He did not hit that very well, in my opinion.
Do you think he played it so thin because he was worried about the scratch in the side?
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. I thought he was gonna hit the 5 ball into the 8 and then bring the cue ball up to the
Mhm.
top of the table and use the 6 and the 7 as potential blockers, but anyways, he's gotten away with it. We'll see what Jorge elects to do here.
Oh.
Well, he did not call that, so that's gonna bring Rob to the table with the decision to either keep this shot or give it back, and there's no way he's gonna give this back to Jorge.
Yeah, this now becomes a fairly straightforward 5-ball run out. Nothing has been straightforward in this match, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think he's gonna try to cut this in the top right corner pocket based on how he's queuing. I kind of thought he'd play for the top left pocket, but he's gonna go to the blind corner to his top right. Yeah, that was the harder option. Oh,
Oof.
he's gonna feel a little unfortunate there. I'd like to have seen him play that ball to the top left corner pocket instead of the blind side pocket. I mean by blind side is he's looking the opposite way, so you're kind of going into a blind pocket. Jorge now a chance to get out of this marathon of a game here with the win. I mean, the 7 to the 8's pretty easy. The 8 to the 9 is standard. 9 to the 10 looks pretty easy, so I don't see any problems here. He just needs to bear down and knock these balls in, and he'll be the first one to double-digit wins. And
And
the
ju
commentator
commentator
curse,
curse.
I swear. Sometimes that comes up more times than not, but
Man, Rob must be paying the check's in the mail, Matt. Rob's paying you extra for this, I can tell.
yeah, that was Rob needs to be really careful here. Like, the only shot that I see in this situation, I don't see him trying to make this. He's gotta play the percentages in this position, and then what I mean by that is he doesn't have a clear safe chance, so what he needs to do is put the 7 over here and the Q over there or opposite, and just let Jorge have a bank and take his chances there. Yeah, see, because this was never gonna be that
Mhm.
was never gonna be good. That's why I say you can't play a position there. You've just gotta put your opponent in a position to have to make a tough shot, and he had the ability to do that and chose to go against it, so it brings Jorge back to the table. I think once he watches that back, I think he's gonna realize that he should've played that a little different because the safety that he had was very, very difficult.
And Matt, how much do you think being down, in this match and feeling like you need to press a little bit comes into that equation there to make that decision?
Yeah, I mean, the thing was is that 7 ball was never gonna go in, like, that was almost a 90-degree cut from the center of the table, so I just felt like he would've realized that and just kinda went for putting Jorge in a tough situation, but and it's gonna end up costing him this match or this game, but I think they'll take that as a learning opportunity. Next time that comes up, I think he's gonna choose a little different shot
Yeah.
to take.
Yeah, these longer sets, when you get these matches that go a long time, both these players are super capable players. They're great shots, both of them. You start getting these runs of emotion, y- and that's a great answer by Jorge to Rob's previous rack. Rob was getting kind of blown off the table and was able to get something going and turn the corner, and to be able to answer like that kind of sends that message and turns that momentum back in Jorge's favor, and again will put Rob into the chasing position where maybe he has to press or feels like he has to press, and I can think that can force some errors like we just saw, maybe not quite seeing the moment to play that distance between those two balls, and instead leaves it open for Jorge.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, the percentage that he was gonna get safe on that was a lot lower than the percentage that he could have made Jorge take a difficult shot. So that's what I was meaning by, percentage wise. Sometimes you got to look at the table and you got to be like, okay, I'm not going to take a chance to make this ball, but what I am going to do is make it difficult for my opponent when they come to the table to try to pocket the ball, and hopefully I can get another chance at the table, is how you have to look at that situation. So Jorge, with a dry break, brought left a very difficult shot for Rob. Rob just goes for a hit and has left this one ball close to the side pocket. And Jorge elects to go with us a nice little controlled save here.
Both these players have been executing some pretty high level safeties.
Yeah, I mean, their tactical games are spot on, in my opinion, as well. So that's a good point. I mean, Rob's ability to get out of these kinds of saves has been his strength, in my opinion, because this could give Jorge a very good chance with ball in hand. But I do like Rob to hit this one ball. I think he's just it's a tough shot, but and I'm not even quite sure looking at this table how he's gonna get there. Yeah, this is tough. He's gonna have to spin that cue ball with a lot of right hand English to get over to that one ball. It may curve.
Oh, what a shot.
Yeah, that was as good as it's gonna get.
Wow, that's super high level, and yeah, and you're right, Navarro 71. That just like what was happening previously with Rob, he gets up to the table, has an opportunity, and he's staring down at basically a frozen cue ball to the one. And sometimes you just can't catch a break. You're running so bad for a minute, and you just got to stick with it and hope something opens up.
And Jorge is gonna use this 7 ball as potential cover. Doesn't do it exactly how he had hoped, but this is a lot easier than what Rob previously had. Still rather difficult with that side pocket looming there. So, yeah, this one's a little tough too. I think he can come really close to the edge of that side pocket to the right side with a lot of left hand English, and that's going to spin it to at least hit the one ball because he doesn't want to come behind it. Okay, he went that way, which is good. Yeah, he
Oof.
kind of got unfortunate there. I mean, he basically did what he had to do there, but unfortunately, again, he's gotten another unfortunate roll here. And looking at the table, there's not a lot of problems here. Maybe the three ball, the 2 to the 3 is really the only tough shot I see here that could go wrong.
Looks like he's gonna play a stop and a draw, right? To draw back past that 9.
Yeah, this is the shot that could give him problems, but I do think that he's a higher advanced player that should be okay, and he's played it well. Now he's playing position on the pink 4 ball. Take a moment to thank our sponsor, TarmaHomesUtah.com.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
man, I think it's rolled just a little bit past that 8 ball.
That is so unlucky.
It has. So Jorge gonna have to kick at this pink 4 ball, and if you're Rob, you gotta say at some point something's got to go right for me. You can't keep kicking and leaving me in difficult positions. So hopefully Rob will have a decent look at this 4 ball after this kick attempt by Jorge. A little bit of unluckiness there.
Whoops. Don't know how I did that. My bad.
It's all right. Was kind of cool looking.
That's the announcer's curse right there.
So Rob's going to use this 9 ball as the ball he's going to play in his safe round, I do believe. And if you look up table, the 6 balls and the 7 ball have kind of gotten a little funky there. So they're going to have to handle that later on in the rack. He's going to spin back and try to hide behind the 9. Nice, easy stroke here. Perfectly done. All right, so Rob firing back with a nice safety of his own. Puts a little bit of pressure on Jorge, and Jorge hasn't felt much pressure for a little bit here in the most recent racks.
Is he gonna jump this? It looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is a tough jump just because of how close he is to the 9 ball. Oh, sorry about that. Wasn't fast enough on the kick over to the overhead camera, but again, Jorge's gotten a little fortunate because this 4 ball doesn't pass the 7. So I think the thought process here has got to be to thin the 4 ball and move the cue ball over near the 5 ball on the left-hand side.
Mm-hmm.
That's really the only play he has here because I don't think he's going to try to make this ball. He shouldn't try to make this ball. Well, he's doing something different. He might use the 6 ball. Neither option is very easy.
Is he gonna try to drop behind the 8? Is that the 8 there?
Yeah, he's got to use a lot of speed if he's going to do that, which could bring the 4 back up table.
Oh, he almost made that ball.
So maybe the 4 ball did go in the top left corner. Okay.
A little awkward here now for Jorge coming over top of this 8 ball, but it seems like the carom is there for the 5 if he wants it.
Yeah, once again, if there's any new viewers that are viewing the stream right now, do know that there is a giveaway happening at the end of this match. All you have to do is comment and leave in the chat box there who you're rooting for, where you're watching from. That'll give you 2 entries into the free T-shirt that's going to be given to the winner shortly after the match. Rob will announce it. Jorge here. He could carry him into the 5, or he could try to bank. Yeah, I mean, if you're Jorge there, you can't be too disappointed simply because he didn't really have an easy shot there.
Yeah, I think you got to have the ability to get a little bit of draw on that to carry him that 5. So I think he did is about as well as you can do.
I mean, Rob's in a very difficult position here. I don't blame him for trying to take this carom on. I think he's going to try to make this 5 ball on the side, carom off the 4 into the 5. Difficulties maybe a 6 out of 10.
Oh, wow. So close. He got
Well,
lucky there, though. Yeah, he puts his hand up and says, "Sorry, not sorry."
yeah, I wouldn't be putting my hand up there. He's got to feel like, hey, I finally got one back.
Yeah, right? Exactly. Exactly. Well, it just
I
shows the
mean,
class here.
yes, that's definitely a show of sportsmanship. I would be a little frustrated and be like, finally, but Jorge, I'll try to get you the overhead camera before he takes this shot.
Great shot.
Oh man, don't do this again.
Do you think Jorge put his hand up?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he would. But again, I mean, this is just crazy. Like you just don't see this very often. However, I do think Rob might be able to get behind that purple 5 ball again. He's got to watch out for the 9 ball. He doesn't want to tap it going in. No, he's going to play.
He's going to come back towards behind the 9, it looks like, right?
Yeah, I do think I mean, he's got to just, again, at this point, you just got to play percentages. Take the highest percentage defensive shot you can come up with right here. This is a really big match, or excuse me, really big game in the set. 10-5 versus 11-4 is a big swing. Yeah, 4 ball's going to come right back down table, give Jorge a shot. Needs to get on the rail. If you're Rob.
It's not terrible. I think that's one of the reasons why I never loved, having to play that draw, because you got to put a little bit more stroke into it to get the action of the cue ball, and by doing so, you're gonna get that ball to travel so much further than you is ideal.
Yeah, Jorge's going to thin this ball and go way up table. Well, this is the best shot Rob's had in quite some time, so he needs to take advantage of this.
Absolutely.
This is the best shot he's had in about 15 turns at the table. It's just everything's gone his way to this point in this particular game and the last one, if we're being honest.
Yeah, we're talking 8, maybe 8 out of the or 7 out of the last 8 racks have been all Jorge. So
Yeah, I mean, just most recently, like the shots that Rob's been given are just not easy. And then this one, finally, he's able to pocket a ball. The table looks really nice, so he needs to bear down here and knock these balls in. There is a little bit of distance between the 7 and the 8. The 8 ball is near the rail, so he's going to have to cut it up the rail. Or excuse me, down the rail if we're looking on the screen here. He's going to have to move that magic rack out of the way eventually here.
the pace on this next shot is going to be pretty important so that he can get the shape he needs to come off of that 7 and line up for the 8.
Yeah, he's got a little off angle here, so he's just going to use some draw, come off that long rail, and come back behind the 7. I think he wants to get himself a little bit of an angle. Doesn't want to be straight in on the 7. That would not be good.
Oof, man,
Yeah, I think
that's pretty straight. It looks like he might be able to get away. Well,
so I think what he's thinking in his mind is, should I go forward, do a little forced follow, and go 2 rails back behind the 8? And to be honest, if I'm taking this shot and the way the match is gone, what's important to me is getting a shot on this 8 ball. So I just go with a nice, easy. He's going forward. He's going 2 rails. I
I
just
was
like to,
thinking nice stop shot and
yeah,
take your medicine.
yeah. I think where he's at here, I would do the same thing. Yeah, for that very reason. That's exactly what I was saying as to why we would have played that shot just a little bit different. Things haven't been going his way. He's been leaving Jorge these kind of racks to finish, just simply can't execute down the stretch. But he really needed to just make that ball and give him a chance.
Yeah, it's and you know it all starts on that 6, getting the pace just right to not be straight, and he just absolutely came straight on that 7, and then it just introduces so many more issues. Oh, and there's the door open for Rob.
Yeah, you saw how fast Rob got out of his chair there. He's like, yeah.
Look at him. Oh, what a guy. What a guy, you know?
He's always a character for the camera, that's for sure. Because he's like, he's like, man, I've been playing so poorly in these kinds of situations that finally he has an opportunity here to. I was gonna say that shot that Jorge took. I mean, that's an easily missable shot, especially on this table. I mean, I liked him to make it, but if there was a shot that he was gonna struggle with, it was gonna be that one.
Yep.
Rob's gonna hit this ball really hard and try to go 2 or 3 rails back and forth for shape. Oh my goodness. He's just
Rob's gonna go nuclear here in 3, 2, 1 meltdown. He wants that one back, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this has just gone bad to worse, really. Yeah, you know, I played a lot of pool. I've been in these situations. The only thing you can do is just play through it.
Well, a little bit light there on that 8. This isn't look, I mean the bank goes for sure, but it's I'm sure he would have much rather had
Yeah,
a straight in on that 9.
he's definitely gonna cut this, though. I wouldn't do the bank. Oh, wow. Okay, so he had his
Percentage play.
confidence. Yep,
He,
that's
he
what I'm
he's hearing
talking
you, Matt.
about.
Yeah, he's hearing you. Percentage play. Say give it back to the guy that doesn't want to win right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Rob, you gotta try to cut this ball. You just gotta cut it in. Like, you don't have a choice. You're given a chance here. Just knock it in. And if he knocks it in, he's gonna have shape on the 10 ball, regardless of what happens. Just gotta make this ball if you're Rob. That'll give him a lot of boost, a lot of confidence.
Got it. Wow, vaya con Dios, Rob. Don't don't do it to him.
That was a great, great pressure shot. And he's got another one here.
Super clutch.
I don't.
Colorado Jay, welcome to the stream, man. Happy to have you from Colorado.
No, 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 no. Rob really needs this 10 ball. Definitely not an easy shot. He knows it. He stands up.
We've all been there before. You made the really hard one, and now you have the straight tester, and I think it's smarter, Rob, to stand up, get comfortable, take a couple breaths, get into your routine, and get down and strike this thing pure.
Doesn't want to hit this hard. Oh my gosh.
And that happens. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
He's Rob went nuclear. I can just feel the frustration, and again, it's one of those things. You make the most difficult shot, and he's having a moment.
Yeah, he is very frustrated at the moment, and I mean, things just going bad to worse. He's gonna have to.
I'll tell you what, though, Rob's got a career in javelin throwing. That was a solid spear. Jorge's got to be like, watch out.
Get out of this safe that Rob put him in off of
Oops.
an amazing jump shot. Sorry about that. That is such a good hit by Jorge. That was not the replay I was thinking.
Are we gonna queue up the javelin strike?
Oh, I should have, but I had failed to record that one.
That's okay, Rob. You consider yourself lucky, but that's gonna live rent free inside of my head for a minute. Don't do it to him.
That was a great pressure shot, and he's got another one here.
Super clutch.
Man, I'm just a little off on my replays. I just kind of just observing and but unfortunately
What the? Oh my god!
We're having a good time. I mean, here's the thing. This is these are two killer players going after it, and you gotta love the competitive drive for Rob. It shows that he cares and that this matters to him, and I mean, there's nothing better than that.
and he's not out of this just yet. Like he's just had a lot of racks that have gone against him. He's got to pull it together and get his head back.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
The only way to do that is shots like that.
There we go. Yeah, I think get himself.
There's a button on this commentator side that has some sounds, and I don't know what they sound like. So, oh man. Yeah, I definitely feel for Rob here. He's kind of going through a really rough patch. But credit Rob, able to make the two ball there. It wasn't an easy shot. Needs to come back here with a nice 3-ball.
And I'm back.
It's like Chris is joining me again. We're having too much fun there. Had to take a quick break.
Yeah, the site just kicks me off, once I start talking about Rob's javelin career, it just immediately cancel culture me.
I do kind of wish I had that on replay. I didn't even think about it. I was more of listening to he was going to go nuclear, and sure enough that did happen. And we've all been there. Pool players know that when things go wrong, unfortunately, we get a little upset. And so, just like in any other sport, you sometimes show your emotions, but
Looks like Rob's got something going in this rack, though. Strung together a few nice strokes, and
yeah, that being said, like you say, Rob is able to, if he's able to get this rack back, it's going to give him a little boost. He's let about 3 or 4 racks go recently, and I can't begin to tell you how important this rack is for his confidence, his psyche, his demeanor, every possible thing that you can imagine would come right back to him if he's able to get out here on a difficult layout.
Yep, I agree. Now it's pure right there. He's found a new gear. Maybe going nuclear is the ticket, that might be on God. He might have found something there.
Yeah, I've done a lot of his streams. I have yet to see him do that, but I've done it myself. There was a situation one time where I got really upset and I slammed the ball on the table with my cue, and it put a hole in my carbon fiber shaft that I use, a Revo shaft. There's a hole in it.
Oof.
I've never gotten it repaired simply because every time I stroke my cue now, I can feel the hole, and it's a constant reminder of not to get mad when I play.
That's awesome.
Just a personal story there from experience, and it's happened to me.
Well, this is looking promising for Rob. A nice little table run to get himself right in the world again. That's just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, he's sweating a little bit. He really needs this 10 ball. I just for all the viewers' sake and our sake, I hope he makes this.
That better not be the worst announcer's curse on planet Earth. This ball needs to go in. Oh, thank God.
All right. Thank the heavens above for that one. Because I think that had that ball not gone in, I am not sure what exactly we would have seen, but there's no way to blur the screen or anything like that. So we just had to watch and
I was trying to look in the background to see if Jorge was putting on his riot gear just in case.
But I think that deserves a little cha-ching moment for Rob.
That was
needed
cash.
that. He's needed that. How about we give him a little applause too?
Very nice. Very nice. And now it's just a 7 to 8 race, right?
Yeah, and like
which
they
is manageable,
say,
right? Like
yeah,
just like that.
He's not out of it, and that's going to give him a lot of confidence going into these next couple racks. Like, I can't begin to tell you how bad he needed that last rack, but anyhow, he's got the break here. Looks like the 4 ball's going to go on the side, as it does.
There we go. 1 ball's a little weird there, but he'll be able to come up with something.
And why he's debating on how to hit this shot, let's show you that last 10 ball that he was able to make under a lot of pressure.
That better not be the worst announcer's curse on planet Earth. This ball needs to go in. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, that definitely could have been ugly, but I'm happy for Rob that he was able to get that game back because we all could see the frustration mounting, and I'm glad he's able to get his confidence back.
And
Jorge
it
now.
says a lot about a player to be able to get yourself under control and compose yourself, right? So
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like I say, we've all been there. We've all had frustrating moments, and it's how you respond to that. And to be honest, if he's able to get like 3 or 4 racks back right here on Jorge, Jorge's gonna sit there and just, you know, maybe get frustrated himself that he's not able to capitalize on all these mistakes because he made that one mistake in the last rack, and that led to Rob running out.
yep, absolutely. So Rob taking a look here, probably just wants to bring that cue ball back behind the 10, 8, and 9 and send the one up table, right?
Yeah, I think he's going to use that cluster there. The 3, the 9, the 8, and the 10 to get behind. I think he's going to try to, well,
Not the
maybe.
worst place for the one to end up, but yeah, I think he probably wanted it to come back behind that cluster.
Yeah, maybe this was the. I'm not quite sure exactly on that last shot. Maybe he liked hitting that a little bit harder as a play, but nonetheless, Jorge at the table. He's got a big cluster of 4 balls there. And he knew that if he hit the 1 ball, it was just going to stick to the 7. That's just knowledge that Jorge has gained being a 650 Fargo rated player.
Now, what are Rob's options here? You think he's gonna try to jump this, or does he have a piece of that one? There we go. Nope.
I think he does, and I think he's going to try to skim it, which is going to leave the 1 ball almost exactly where it's at right now. And he's going to try to bring the cue ball near where it's at right now, but he wants to get it down where that magic rack is at. That should be the target. Well, this has gone wrong because this is going to give Jorge a chance here.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there. It almost could have worked out. I think probably a touch too hard on that ultimately, and
Well, Chris, I think this is going to be the last rack that I'm going to do here. Been on since the get-go, so I'm going to turn it over to you as soon as this rack is over.
well, it's been a pleasure commentating with you, Matt, and you've earned your time off. I'll try to keep this thing on the rails and bring it home.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pleasure also to commentate with you. I'm just reading a few of these comments here. To answer your question, Navarro, there is not a scheduled break. I've done longer sets like this before, and I mean, of course, the players, if they have to take a break, they'll step away from the table, but it's not a scheduled break or a timely break. Usually, both these players are very quick in their time away from the table, so I don't expect that to be the case. A longer break, that is. Jorge again at the table here in the process of running these last few balls, he's got a kind of a more
Little
difficult
tricky,
shot
huh?
here. Yeah, he's gonna try to hit this 7 ball and try to come back behind this 9 in this particular area. You can overhit this ball pretty easy, so he's got to do a nice little controlled stroke, and he's missed it. So another door opens for Rob.
That cluster down there is it's not straightforward, that's for sure. This is going to be an interesting angle here, and paces everything to get ultimate run out shape on the 8, 9, 10.
So if he plays this with a little bit of that spin, if you're in top left corner of your screen, if he plays that with a little bit of right spin on the cue ball, that's going to bring him back down near where that 8 ball's at. It should be on the right side of the long rail. He elected not to go with any spin, which was the natural line. And if he used the spin that I put on there, I think he would have got a little bit better on this 8 ball. Now,
You kind of got to play safe behind the 9 here, don't you?
I mean, he could take the bank on, but again, if I'm Rob, I'm playing the percentage. I'm playing to kick this 8 ball up the top of the table. I'm going to give the shot back to Jorge and just hope that he gets behind this. He should get the cue over here and the 8 over here. He shouldn't do anything more with it. That is a pretty easy safety. If he tries to put the 8 ball up here and the cue ball here, it's got a greater chance of missing.
Yep, that's a great point. Narrower window of error there.
And he can use the 9.
Oh, he cuts it.
Wow, look at this shot.
Oh,
Get
go,
there.
go, 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 go. Oh,
Wow. That is really unfortunate. What an
man.
incredible attempt to pocket the ball there by Rob, just to get a little unlucky.
Had a great idea. I mean, if it travels, really, if it travels another 6 inches, he's easy out. If it travels another half a roll, he's probably out just the same.
Yeah, I mean, I don't fault him for making that ball. I didn't even see that he could make it, but regardless of making it, the cue ball had to travel a considerable distance to get back to shape, and I think that's kind of why I would have gone with the original plan there, is to play it safe. But
What are the options here for Rob? He can if he hits this 9, cuts it, it's gonna just thin it really.
yeah, I mean, it's gonna kick it over to that corner pocket, so I don't know. He's put himself into a really bad situation here. He's gonna have to get creative, and I do think he's gonna have to get a little bit lucky to not give Jorge an easy out here. If he touches this 10 ball at all, it's game over. This will send the cue ball all the way up table.
Not going with a bridge here is another dicey play.
So he's gotta like hitting this 9 ball.
Oh, what a shot.
My goodness.
Wow, what a clutch shot. Those last 2 balls have just been, wow.
Jeez, yeah. I mean, I'm stunned. I'm a little stunned. I'm a little shocked that that this is all transpiring after what we saw Rob just a few racks ago. I mean, he is shooting absolutely to perfection right now.
And again, it's like that last shot. He just made 2 incredible cut shots to get a fairly easy out on the 10, and but this is kind of there it is. I mean, he finishes it off, but those can
Wow.
be a lot harder than you think after you've made 2 great shots. Sometimes you let your guard down and you just don't focus on that last 10 ball, but Rob gets it done.
All right. Well, I think that deserves another look at those last 3 shots. This is the first one. He can use the 9.
Oh, he cuts it.
Wow, look at this shot.
Oh,
Get
go,
there.
go, 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 go. Oh.
Wow. That is. Yeah, I'm still a little shocked that that ball went in. We'll show you the other incredible shot that Rob made to win that rack as soon as he breaks here. Looks like he's going to make a whole bunch of balls. Jeez, he makes 3
Looks like
balls on the break.
Looks like both shoulder balls found the side pocket, and then the 3 also found the side as well.
Yeah, we got to go back and take a look at this 9 ball that he made in the last rack. Unbelievable.
With the bridge here is another dicey play.
So he's gotta like hitting this 9 ball.
Oh, what a shot.
My goodness. Man, oh man. Those were 2 10 out of 10 difficulty shots.
Absolute clutch. Absolute clutch. I think outside of the jump shot that double hopped over the 6 and safety returned Jorge, I think that's probably my favorite shots of the match right there.
Yeah, like I say, and you can tell what it's done for Rob's psyche. Like, he has turned into a completely different player. And I mentioned that a few racks ago. I said, if Rob's able to, you know, knock a few racks together and put this on Jorge after that eruption of frustration, and Jorge's always been able to do is sit in his chair and just kind of watch, and he's got to be thinking, man, you know, like tides have changed a little bit. It's just so crazy how pool can do that for you.
Yep, it really can. You get a few shots that go your way, and now you're shooting. You're playing with house money, as they like to say. And Rob's got a nice layout here with a very potential run out.
Yeah, I mean, if he break and runs this, I mean, I'm staying on for a little bit longer just to see if he's able to execute this because
Oh no.
oh man, that's unfortunate. He's gonna be frustrated again, but and then this last 10 ball in the last rack.
It's like that last shot. He just made 2 incredible cut shots to get a fairly easy out on the 10, but this is kind of there it is. I mean, he finishes it off, but those can
Wow.
be a lot harder than you think after you've made.
Yeah, I mean those 3 shots in sequence there have got to be I would say the 3 best shots I've ever seen Rob make on this table under the circumstances.
He had a couple like that against Francisco in that matchup where he won the last 2 racks to close out that series there, and it was really similar to that. Clutch pressure shots.
Yeah, I mean, in his first set that he played San Francisco, I was commentating on that last match as another error by Jorge here is gonna put Rob back at the table. I mean, if you're Rob, who cares where it lies? Like, you have another chance here.
Exactly.
Take advantage of it. You know, I don't think he thought he was going to get back to the table, and lo and behold, here he is. And
But what's the high percentage play here? I mean, obviously you can kick at it, you can jump it, but it's controlling the cue. It doesn't look like it's too deep into the pocket, so I think I think he's probably safe to kick at it here if he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, if he's hooked by the 9 and he can't swerve around the 9 ball and he can't jump, he's gonna be left with kicking at this ball, and it's not the worst position to kick because he's gonna have shape on the 9 ball if he's able to make it. So I like kicking against the long rail that he's measuring right now, I think. Unless he's gonna use this corner right here, if he's gonna come off the rail here into the 10 ball with a lot of right hand English on the cue ball, he's got to be careful not to end up here with the cue ball if he chooses to do that. Yeah, I mean, that's why I like kicking. If you don't have 100% confidence that you're going to hit that ball, I feel like the better play there would have been to kick, but it was just an unfortunate position to be in.
Yep, you get that opportunity, and again, we've seen all throughout this match, Jorge, when he misses, he's missing so good.
Well, this will definitely be the last rack for me, Chris, and I'll turn it over to you here in just a moment. But Jorge's left himself a little bit long on this 9 ball. He's been struggling with this pocket, this bottom right corner pocket in the last few shots. We'll see if he's able to knock it down.
Oh, almost
Oh,
hung it again. Yikes.
my goodness. If you're Rob, you've got to be sitting there like, oh, so frustrated they let this one get away. All right, Chris. Well, it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
And to all the viewers watching, I've enjoyed commentating for you. Once again, if you comment in the chat section where you're watching from, as well as who you're rooting for, it'll enter you into a drawing at the end of the match. And that is for a free swag t-shirt from the 11 Ball TV. And once again, the stream is sponsored by TarMahomesUtah.com. Leaving you with Chris Shane here out of Salt Lake City to bring it home. Take it over, Shane.
Over and out, Matt. See ya. All right, gang. You're stuck with me, and whether you like it or not, that's what you got. I'm going to try to sort out some of the new features, the overhead cam, but I definitely don't want to screw up the action. So you might get a caveman version of this, but you know what? It's going to be better than nothing. I'll tell you that. We're in a barn burner here with Jorge and Rob. This is round 3, I think. Rob gets the chance to return a dry break. And he gets a little fortunate here on that miss. A little bit of organ in the house. I love it. Makeza, am I saying that right? Welcome. All right, Jorge looks like he's going to opt to jump this, make contact with the 1. It's a nice touch, and once again, he gets a very favorable roll. I don't know if Jorge sacrificed what exactly went down, but he's getting all the good rolls right now. I had to catch myself before I made the stream PG-13 there. Rob's going to jump at this. Nope, he's just going to Yep, that's ball in hand. Okay, yeah, it looks like he miscued. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. We're excited to have you all here and watching some great shooters. Rob's got a fun thing going here with some of the best in town and some of the best on the West that come through. Jorge now going to have ball in hand. It looks like this is going to be. See what he opts to do with the 2 here. Yep, just plays it forward. He's got the 5 ball, or the 4 ball rather, blocking that side pocket. But obviously he's got the 2 ball in the far corner. Seems like the play here. And he does opt to go into the corner. Great shape on the 3. The pink 4 ball is teed up for that side pocket. Great control by Jorge here. You got the purple 5. And this seems to be the key shot of this rack right here, getting this lead just right to have shape on the 5. And it's going to be close. He wanted it to come a little bit deeper towards that 6 ball, have that angle, and just left himself a bit hooked. So he's likely going to have to jump at this ball or kick at it and play safe. Let's see what he decides to do here. Unless he can see it. I wish I could go to the overhead screen. This is where I wish I had the right tools. We'll know right away here. If it clears that 7 ball, then he could see it. And it looks like the way he's queuing up for it, it looks like he can see it. So I tried to cross corner it. And Rob's going to have a nice look here at the 5. Okay, a miss, but a fortunate miss. I don't know if Jorge can see this ball fully. And with it being so deep there and so close to the 6, kind of anybody's guess how this is going to react if he can pocket that into the corner to try to leave shape for the 6. McKay's, I've been playing off and on since I was in college. Took a long break. I'm the 380 Fargo player that Rob can't beat. I always let him know. Rob gets a gift here. He's got a couple options with the leave. And he opts to just stun that, which is a great play. He's got the 7 in the side now. And and he's got a nice little angle to be able to drift the cue ball down table. And that's really well played right there. He's going to have, looks like he can, depends on the angle. He can follow it forward and play the 9 in the left pocket, or he can draw this back, play the 9 in the same pocket. That's exactly what he does, opts to draw it back. Absolutely perfectly done by Rob there. Clutch pressure situation. That's an awesome run out right there from Rob. Rob's looked alive here the last, I would say the last 5 racks or so has been momentum edged for Rob. Jorge not going anywhere. I mean, really, Jorge's looked the stronger player throughout, and has left the door open a couple of times for Rob. And Rob is just now starting to really make him pay, take advantage of those opportunities. Earlier in the match, Rob slipped up on a few of those opportunities, and I think he's kicking himself for that, but he's got himself rolling now. Another nice break. One of the shoulder balls finds the side pocket. He's got a good look at the 1. Seven ball's a little bit funky there on the rail, but Navarro 71 gets the longest stream award. You're here to the bitter end, man. I love it. Who are we rooting for in the chat? What do we got? It feels like we've got more Rob supporters out there. Maybe the Jorge supporters are just silent. Rob with a nice confident stroke there. Little bit awkward here with the 3. Hard to really tell with the angle. Again, I apologize for not having received my formal tutorial on the overhead camera. I'll be dialed in next time. Don't you worry. I think this cuts just fine into the corner. Yep, center cut, pork chop right there. Nice pace. Rob really trying to think about that leave. Mostly trying to get back for that 7 and playing the shape onto the 6 that would leave him there. He's going to give Jorge an opening. I really want to be on the high side of the table after you pot the 6. And that's going to make it a little tricky. I shouldn't have any issues with the 6 ball. It's then what does he choose to do with the 7 after? Yeah, I think I like that, Navarro. I think that a nice little touch. It's hard to tell if that nipple is poking out, but I do like that idea. I'm sure it went through his head to carry him that ball off the 7 to give him just a little bit of room. And now I think you're going to be seeing a safety here. Unless it's off the rail. This is a difficult shot. I guess you could cross cut it as well. Yep, okay. He just opts to play safe. It's just a touch hard. Well, Rob's got to be looking at this thinking, well, hell, if I cut the 8 and the 9 in on that last rack, this looks right down my alley here, right? Yeah, I agree, Makeza, for sure. Okay, Rob plays the high probability play there. Just punts it back to Jorge. I think that's a really smart choice. Yeah, Navarro. I mean, I was thinking the same thing, but again, it's to Matt's point earlier. It's this. This is a point in the match where you've got some good momentum going, and boy, if you just leave the door open in this one for Jorge to run out, you just wouldn't be able to forgive yourself and deflate all that momentum. So I think the play is just to punt it back and exactly now you've left yourself the opening. And Rob's licking his chops here. Just got to figure out how to get shape on this 8, and I think you got to be below the 8. And when you're playing a player of the caliber of Jorge, you've got the percentage points. If you're playing a lower caliber player, obviously that play goes in your favor more often. But Jorge, more times than not, is going to put a little better stroke on that last ball and not leave Rob quite as set up. But this still is not an easy out from here. You got to hit this just right. Yeah, and again, right there, Rob is really thinking about the leave for the 8 and has pretty much given it back to Jorge there. Sometimes it's so hard in the moment, right, to think through the options, but sometimes potting that next ball and just playing safe on the next shot if you can is the play. But it's so tempting to just want to run this out. You've got it in your hands, and it's a game of chess, that's for sure, and attrition. They've been playing for probably, 3 hours now, plus maybe almost 4 hours, I think, now. So Jorge handles business there, closing that out. And I think that's been the story of the match there. Jorge's left Rob pretty awkward on some that were just kind of lucky leaves, and then on some of the real openings that Rob's had, just hasn't quite had the quality to get those runouts and successful. So I think the momentum switches back to Jorge here as he breaks the 21st rack. And a scratch, and this is a great opening for Rob. Nice spread on the table. Doesn't look like there's a lot of problems here. Yeah, I think funny is one F word that can definitely be used to describe it. Rob might use another one. But yeah, he's gotta like this layout here of this rack. Nicely done there on the 1. Nice smooth stroke there. It's gonna have a straight in shot here on the 4. Rob not taking any chances. Just clearing every last bit of lint and hair and anything from that pocket. Very nicely done here. I think the only thing standing in Rob's way of running this rack is the shape that he gets coming off of the 7. Back down table to have a nice straightforward look at the 8. And I think that's what he's looking at here. How do I play this shot to give myself the best chance of getting down the best spot for that 8 ball? Yeah, I think Rob's a poker player, so he might need to wash the deck here or wash the balls. Wash the juju off of him. He looks like he's got it flowing now, though. But this is the critical shot in this rack. Oof. I think he's got a... He's obviously got the cut. If I'm looking at this right, I believe the 10 is on the spot. I might be not able to see this right. Yeah, I think he's going to be able to slide this right past. Very nicely done. One rail. I love that play by Rob. You can opt to try to go 2 rails there, but that's the precision play, and that's just what the doctor ordered for Rob. Cool as you'd like, Rob. Looking like a whole new player. Right. You have to forgive the back noise phone is the switch audio. Back. Let me know if you can hear me. My little mic check. A little bit of an awkward break there. Unfortunate leave on the 1 for Rob. Awesome. Appreciate that, Navarro. All right, we've got... I think Rob is just going to obviously kick at this 1, maybe try to tuck it back in almost exactly where it's sitting right now. Yeah. Thank you, Green Acres. and just gets a little unlucky there. Jorge's going to have a look at this one, and we'll likely see a save here. I don't know if he's going to love the path of this cue ball if he tries to cut it. It looks like he's going for the cut. Yeah. No, very nice. So the pace on that was just right. There's definitely some tricky shots left on the table. Not as straightforward of a run as Rob had on the last rack, but Jorge is rolling here. And that's just pretty much perfect. From here, it seems pretty straightforward. Come off 1, 2 rails maybe. 6 following for the 7. Bring it back down table. Just like that. I think he probably would have wanted a little more angle, but I think he's still gonna not have too much of a problem getting this back down table for the 8. That's a beauty right there. Both players really feeling it, taking each other's best shots here. Jorge says, "I see your table run, Rob, and I got one back for you here." I don't want to say it, but Matt did say that Jorge has been struggling with this corner pocket. But he's looked pretty loose and fluid in this rack, so I imagine this is going to be center cut pork chop right here. Bang. All right, so it's still, this is still weighted in Jorge's favor. Jorge needs four racks, and Rob needs 5. Poke chop. That's right. Where's everybody from in the chat? We got Oregon on the map. We got Colorado in the house. Rocky Mountain High. I'm sure we got some local players. I know we got Rob's mom in the chat. #1 supporter. Both shoulder balls find their way into the pocket. It's a great break. Georgia, that's right. Rob did say you're from Georgia. It's getting late in Georgia. triple points. Oh, man. Georgia in the house. Go Dogs. Woo-woo. New Brunswick. Excellent. Washington State. East side or west side? I spent some time in on the east side near Spokane for a while. Can't say I'm a fan, so hopefully you live on the west side. It's beautiful there. I won't judge you if you are. California A. The Billboard State. That's right. The I-15 corridor. All right, well, let's just take a peek here. Rob is, again, faced with a pretty gross look at this one. Spokane, you are from Spokompton. Oh, rest in peace. And Rob just misses. Jackie holding it down for Utah. I love it. I wonder, Rob had a pretty straightforward look at that one. I mean, there was a lot of options, and I think you would have liked to have taken a little more time on that thing. It's a little dirty. Yeah, it's a lot dirty over there, brother. The winters, I just don't care. The first time I heard somebody say it's like Utah, I said, you haven't lived in Utah, brother. But very similar. It's really pretty. It just when it snows, it's like an ice sheet up there. All right, Jorge, making the most of ball in hand here. Rob just can't watch. Just having flashes of the color of money. It's like a nightmare. Yeah, this is a pretty straightforward run out here. Oh, I'll take a winner in California. Absolutely. Give me all of that. I think Jorge is going to play, yeah. Oh. That'll work out. That had a chance to get a little weird. It's still a little weird. I mean, it's going to leave the cue ball quite a bit further away from the 10, but I think he'll still be able to rally and get this done. And that's well hit. Great pace. Pace on that is so critical. You can leave yourself with a much harder shot. But this is a fairly straightforward cut to clear this rack. And there it is. Center cup, poke chop, as we're saying. Just 3 more racks for Jorge to close this out. Rob is on life support officially. But I have seen Rob battle back in plenty of match, so all he needs is an opportunity to get rolling. And there's an opening right there, ball in hand. And 2 got a little weird there on the 6, but yeah, the two's not great. I was trying to see if he has a shot to pot this 1 and get a breakout potentially on that 2, yeah. Or yeah. And feel free to chime in on the chat. I'm curious what you guys would like if you would how you would play these shots. I mean, that's what's so beautiful about the game of pool, right? Is that there's so many different ways to move the ball around the table, accomplish the same thing, right? But yep, you can see he really wanted that breakout when he got it. Yep. Yeah, I agree. I think, boy, it was not that far away from being exactly what he needed to be able to run this table. Jorge's got a tricky little tester here. He's got to shoot over the 2 ball, which is never comfortable. Got a bit of distance, a little bit of felt between the 1, and he wants to play it 2 rails, I'm sure, to have the 2 back in this corner pocket. So opts for that single rail. And this is the opening for Rob right here. A little unfortunate that that cue hugged up on the rail, so you can't play the stop shot. But you almost got to think that the next miss on this rack is going to lose it. Just the way everything's spread out. Clutch. Absolutely clutch there by Rob. Yeah, Rob likes that force follow shot. He's been real good with it, especially when he's playing loose and smooth. That's his go-to. And now he's got 3 in the side with a little bit of follow. And then you got the 6 in the corner, takes you up table to the 7. And then it's just a matter, then you can play the 8. down in the same corner, you make the 6, or you can opt for it in the side. But I think the corner gives you the angle you want on the 9. We'll see how he plays it here. The pace on this 6 ball is going to be critical here because you'd really like to set yourself up for the 8, that 8-9 transition. Yeah, this is you can sense the nerves here. This is an important shot here. The pace is critical. He needs it to drift a little bit more. That's just perfect right there, I think. Maybe just slightly the wrong side of the 7. I think he wanted just another half a roll down table so he could play the 7 in the right side pocket there and not create any more distance to the 8. I think this is one, if it were me, I would play it soft into the side and hit the hard, the medium hard shot down in the corner. Let's see how he decides to play it here. I think he's probably going to try to go off the rail, the long rail, and come back. Yep. And that's exactly where you'd want to be. That's a nice recovery by Rob to get the shape that he needs here. Nice easy stun on the 8, and then the 9-10 should be pretty straightforward. A little bit of a draw would be favorable. Rob feeling the pressure here a little bit. Just knows he needs to get this right. Can't drop this opportunity. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Plays the hard draw, comes off the short rail, and I think he ideally would have been nice to come back down table just a little bit more. Put a little bottom English on this. Ball should kiss off the rail nicely, set up for the 10 in the same pocket. Just like that. And that's Couple really nice testing shots for Rob, who shows us all the class in the world right there with the good pace. Rob hanging in there. Absolutely in this match. I love the diversity that we have in the chat. I mean, we literally have coast to coast represented. We've got Georgia, we got Colorado, Utah, Spokane, California. We need some folks in like Missouri or something. What's going on with the Great Lakes? Pretty nice crowd here. Good contingent. Pat yourselves on the back and subscribe. If you haven't subscribed yet and you've been in the chat this long, I mean, I'm not going to shame you, but Chicago in the house? That's what I'm talking about. The Great Lakes. Ask and you shall receive. Dang dong. Love it. That's what I'm talking. Chicago is a great billiard city, man. One of the best. Oh yeah, we got storms coming in here to Utah as well. They're probably kicking Spokane's ass as we speak. Yeah, Canada counts. I like it. All right, nice spread here for Rob. Got a good look at the one. Very runnable table here. A 10 ball blocking the pocket. We are playing 10 ball last ball. I don't know if that's been mentioned. I believe that's what was agreed upon. That's been typically how they've been playing other sets in the 11 room. And we do have a fun giveaway tonight. If you subscribe, comment in the channel where you're from, we're giving away a T-shirt tonight, and these shirts are sweet. I got one. I had to win it off of Rob, stingy bastard. But yeah, they're sweet. Rob set up nice now on this 2 ball. Left himself a little bit awkward on the 3. Wanted a little bit more, a little less angle, I should say, off of that long rail to come on the near side of this 3 ball. He's looking to see if he can squeeze it past the 10 in the corner. I don't know if that's the high percentage play here, right? But what else do you do in this spot? Yeah, the side pocket's there. It's tight angle. But if you miss it in the side, you don't leave yourself too bad with that 10 blocking. I mean, you can pot it and call the 10 and spot it again. Continue playing. And maybe that's what he's looking at here. Is just the 10 combo. Yeah, you can tell he doesn't love it. Oh, oh, that was wild. Wow, what a shot. And these pockets are tight. I think they were 3.8 inches at some point, and then Rob decided to cut them a little bit bigger. I think they're 4 1/4, if I remember from when I played Rob on Sunday, which is tight pockets. So that was an impressive shot. Yeah. Yeah, that was critical, and it just sets him up to run the rest of this rack. I mean, good gracious. The 7 ball is going to be the key to this run out here. And that's really well played. Perfect speed. Yep. Yep, you called it, Navarro. Absolutely. So I think no early 10 in this. So 10 has to be potted last. So it's just going to be 7 in the corner, 8 in the side, 9 in the corner, and 10. Well, now it looks like he drifted a little bit further than he wanted. So it's going to be 8 in the corner. Which is just fine. Scout makes it the appearance. And that's well done by Rob. Boy, that 3 ball, I wish I could go back and replay it. I also need to get the replay tutorial here. You're getting commentator light Chris Shane in here. But that 3-ball pot past the 10 was unreal. And there it is. And Jorge is obviously not going to force him to shoot it. Concedes the rack. Yeah, the dog shark trick. It's a real thing at the 11-ball room. Especially if you're allergic to dogs. That's when it gets real sharky. All right, so we got Chicago in the house on thunderstorm watch. Be safe out there. Spokane's probably getting destroyed by rain as we speak. California's just chilling. Y'all are the blessed ones. Except for your gas prices. Rest in peace. All right, here we go. Rob set to break. His breaks have been outstanding in the last couple of racks. And it's going to be, the 4-ball just misses. Oh, that's unlucky, man. You know, Rob, it's always hard to say what exactly happens, because on that 10-ball break, you can, if you hit it with a little bit too much angle or a little bit too soft or a little bit too hard, it influences those shoulder balls differently. Looks like those shoulder balls drifted past the side pocket, so maybe a little bit firm or a little bit steep on the break. But Jorge's going to have an opportunity here. And again, we're seeing that cluster of balls just drifting over to the right-hand side of the table, which again makes me think that the rack wasn't struck as quite as pure as Rob typically does. And now we're going to see a safety here. Yep, Navarro, you called it, and I think we're going to see a little bit of a safety battle here with the 3-ball. And Jorge's been outstanding with his safe game. I wonder if he's going to play it. Yeah, it looks like he's going to play it in between the 5 and the 8 possibly. And just try to maybe park this. Yep, there it is. Right on the rail. That's really, really well done. Man. All right, Rob looks like he called the right corner pocket. So he's got some room to kick at this. Haven't really seen Rob kick at too many balls here, so this will be a test of this shot in his repertoire. Hit it with pace just in case he missed. You don't want to leave it hanging in the pocket. And unfortunately for Rob, he's left the 3 wide open. And you've got 3 pink 4-ball, 5-ball. Depending on the shape of the 5-ball, you can drift up table into that. I think the 6 clears the 7 there. So, I wonder if he was going. Looked like he was going for a breakout there and gets super lucky again. This has been happening all night. Rob has got to just, at this point, I know when I talk to Rob after this match, he's just going to be mystified at the amount of fortunate leaves. just say that. And, like it happens. That's pool, right? That's part of the game. But there have been quite a few on Jorge's side tonight where it didn't get the shot quite right and got bailed out. Rob still has some options here. I think you could probably play. I think you could probably play a kick on the 3 and play safe, and tuck that cue ball up on the 4. He's kind of sizing that up right now. Looks like, yeah, that's where he really wants to go. Pace is a little tricky here, because again, if you don't hit it quite right, then you bump the cue ball into the 4, and then you just leave him a shot on that 3 anyway. Really, really well done there. And I think they're having a discussion. Looks like Rob may have touched that ball, 7 there. At the 6? Yeah, the 6. Let's see what happened. Oh, the 6 went in. So I wish I could show a replay of that. Okay, it looks like Rob accidentally bumped the 6 in to the pocket. And they had a discussion on where to place it. And I am not sure what the rule is on that. I know that the rule is the opposing player can opt to put it back where it was or leave it, but unfortunately you can't leave it because it got knocked into the pocket. And I don't think that's a I don't think that's a foul. Y'all have to chime in here because I don't know. I don't know if there's a rule on this. If it's Jorge's option now to give it back to Rob after that, or if it just gets placed. Both players need 3 racks to win the match. And just a little bit of money on the line. So this is an important spot. All right, my playback got frozen there, so I had to reload, and it seems like they're definitely phoning a friend on this one. Phone a friend, get the clarification. I mean, we've got access to some of the top representatives of BCA in the state and in the West. So, yeah, thanks, Matt. And that's exactly how they're gonna play it. And Jorge's just gonna not mess with the 3, just get ball in hand and tie up the 7 there onto the rail. And I think that's a good positional play. Makes it really hard to run out, as that 6 just doesn't have a pocket now unless you break those out. Kind of don't mind the idea of chasing this 3 in and then maybe sending that 4 down the rail off of the 6 into the corner pocket and breaking out the 6. Okay, Rob's just gonna opt for the straightforward. I guess you could do the same thing with the 5 after this play here. Again, pink 4, purple 5. I always got to remind myself. Oh, just a little bit of lack of focus there for Rob. And yeah, I think he, in his mind, was already on to that next scenario with the 5 and the breakout of the 6, 7 there. And I think Jorge can see enough of this for. No. No. He overcut it. Rob's got another opportunity. And this earlier in the matches, Rob has been given some of these opportunities and just let him slip. So this is another one of those where you just got to absolutely get this right. Critical turning point in the match. And that's really nicely done. Like, this gives them the opportunity to potentially break out that 6. But these pockets are so narrow, you can't touch that 6 very much. You'll risk missing the 5. Oh, and that, oh, he got a touch on it, but just got unlucky. It didn't come back off the rail. Oof. Yeah, I don't know if this goes. God, this is where I wish I could get the overhead camera going. Son of a gun. This is not a technology problem thing on my end. I'm pretty good with tech, but this is a inexperience with this app interface. So we're just gonna watch it as it is. Okay, Rob opts to play safe down table. And that creates a lot of distance. A lot of space. He's got to rely on the dog shark. Jorge taking a look at this. You always got to kind of wonder the last shot that Jorge hit. He missed that cut, and he's missed this. No, that's not terrible. It drifted a little bit further up table than what it looked like it was going to do. So Rob has the. Yeah, I see you, dang dong. Rob has the opportunity to cut this, but at what cost? How do you get the ball into a position to set yourself up, not just for the 7, but to play position on the 8 after the 7, right? So he's going to hit this with pace, cut this into the corner, and probably come around the table, set yourself up with an angle for the 7. Yep. And can you get clear? That should work. That should work. Ideally, he wanted to miss that 10, but this will work out. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing that's tough here. The 8's positioned nicely. It does have a lot of options for pockets, so the leave isn't ultra critical here. I mean, obviously you got to get it right, but a little too thin. A little too thin, and yeah, Rob is upset at that one. Yeah, he hit the 8 towards the rail, was not ideal. Even had he potted the ball, obviously the trajectory of the cue would have been totally different, but may not have touched the 8 anyway. But now this is looking pretty straightforward here for Jorge to run out. Very likely just 8 in the right corner. Come to the center of the table, play the 9 in the corner and 10 in the side. It's hard to say on that. He's going to play the. Looks like he's going to play the combo. This not ideal here. I mean, you're gonna. I guess you played the 8 or the 9 hard enough. It comes off the rail. Oh, he's got the space. Never mind. Yeah, the up view would have been good there. The straight up view. Yeah, I think it's hard to say on Rob's shot there. If you play that English, and hard to know how much of that ball he could see or how far off the rail it was. I'm sure just based on kind of how he how he opted to hit it. It was probably pretty tight on the rail, but that was a critical rack for both players. Real swing spot there. Jorge now just one game away from arriving on the hill. And he gets a nice break. The 2 ball and the 3 ball go down. Oh yeah, Rob's big action. I mean, the 11 ball room is set up for big action, and it's awesome. It's going to draw a crowd from all over the country coming here to play Rob. Rob's a big poker guy. He's not afraid of the money, and in fact, the bigger the money, the more he likes it. So yeah, it's a lot of fun when there's something on the line. Dang Doc, thanks. I didn't see exactly what happened, but yeah, it's kind of odd to see the 2 and the 3 ball off the table on the break. Typically you see those shoulder balls, and they both missed. And this is Rob's worst case scenario here. This run out looks pretty favorable. Oh, he gets a break, and of course he doesn't have a straightforward look at this. Why would he? Rob is going to pray to the god of pool extra hard tonight, asking him why. It wasn't me. I swear to God. Yeah, and Rob's sizing this up. I mean, there's options here. I mean, he can. The problem is you got to stretch over the table, and yeah, he's just gonna try to curve this ball around. He's got enough room in between this to get the ball to curve. There it is. That's really, really nicely done. That's a delicate shot. And now Rob just has this back cut. And this is tricky here. Again, I know what he's gonna want to do. Yeah, I think Rob played in McKay's. I think he played in Vegas. He was down there for the BCA, and I'm sure he played at Griff's. I mean, everybody finds their way to Griff's when they get down there. Yeah, that's the Rob getting a little fortunate here. And Rob didn't get the lead he wanted anyway off of that. He wanted the cue ball to travel up just another couple rolls to have the 7 in that upper right corner, but he's given Jorge a little bit of his medicine right back at him. It looks like he's clear of the 7, so he can kick at this 6. Oh, wow. Oh, no way. Oh, what a shot. And that's just bad luck for one and great luck for another. Maybe Rob did the praying to the pool gods in between shots there. Yeah, that's one of those shots. It's an incredible shot. It's kind of like playing golf and you hit the perfect drive and then it just hits the fairway and goes too far and drops into the lake. That's what that feels like. And Rob's got a golden opportunity here. Well done there. Nicely shot. Pretty straight on this 9. Let's see what he opts to do here. Yeah, just a nice stun shot. And you don't love it, but you know, you could be in a lot worse spots, and I think you can get a lot wrong there if you decide to just follow it and play it in the side. And even worse if you try to put any movement on the cue. So I like that play from Rob. This isn't a gimme, but Rob's pretty comfortable making cut shots into this pocket. And that's it. Center cup poke chop. Huge rack for Rob. That's going to take some pressure off a little bit. This thing's going down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think either player has. Neither player's broken ran since I started watching the stream, and I think that was. I think we were at 5-3 at that point in time. If there was a good time for it, this is the one right here. Yeah, McKay's 100%. I mean, you kind of feel the momentum, and Rob has had moments like this where he's taken a little bit of momentum, and then something will happen, and you know, and Jorge, being the player that he is, you know, will take advantage of it and not let that run get out of control. But it's always nice to control the pace and control the rack here. So, oh man. And Rob gets one to drop there. I thought he got so unlucky. Oh no. No, I didn't. He didn't get one to drop. I thought something dropped. That was actually, I think that might have been Jorge's shirt or something flashed in the background. Apologize. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's both these guys have a really good break, and if you can get those two shoulder balls to drop, it really opens up the table nicely, and that one drifts towards that upper corner pocket. But neither player has had a lot of consistency with their breaks tonight, and it's showing. It's kind of muddled up the balls and muddled up the table a little bit. You know, balls just missing the pockets and colliding and just creating some great entertainment for us, right? I mean, we get to watch them think their way through these racks. And just taking a look at this table layout, You've got 4, 5 looking good. The 6 is just sitting right there on that rail. We've seen the 7 there before in a previous rack, and that created a little bit of problems. So we'll see how Jorge decides to deal with it. And yep, he's gonna play it down in the near corner here. Nice shape. Very well struck on that 6. Hugs the rail all the way down. This is the quintessential shot and pool. This cut shot sets yourself up to run out and put yourself on the hill. Perfectly done. Yeah, Lucky, it really is. Welcome back, man. It's Rob had a big swing of momentum. There's been a couple points in the match where he got some momentum, and then in this one he just won the last couple of racks, broke dry, and now we're seeing a clinical run out at just the absolute best time to do it. Take the momentum back, get on the hill, and apply maximum pressure to win 2 games in a row for Rob. This isn't a gimme right here, though. And confident, smooth. Perfectly played. $17-11. Oh, we're going 19. The race is 19, right? I'm getting old and senile. Big momentum shift again, just like he's done the whole match. Right when Rob gets hot, Jorge just takes all of that momentum away and seizes it back for himself. Yep, 2 each now. Thank you. Nice little safe there. Let's see what Rob's able to do with this thing. Kind of awkward. The table's well spread out, and it's not the toughest shot to get a touch, but just returning this safe Really critical right now. Oh, and it just drifts past that blockade of the 910. And I think Jorge's going to be able to cut this in and get shape on the tube. Yeah, really nicely done. Yeah, pretty straightforward here. Wanted to have this angle to get back over to the 5 to send it down the rail. And then the 7 through 10 seems pretty straightforward. And that's perfectly done. You got to tip your hat to Jorge here. He, it's not an easy thing to do to, have somebody run out on a couple of key spots and grab some racks, and then just like nothing happened at all, the next time you stand up to the table, you just go on a massive heater. I mean, that's big time. You love to see it. Rob really needs an answer. As cool as you'd like right there. Tiny bit awkward. On the 8, it shouldn't be a big deal. I think you put it in the top corner pocket up there and come down one rail on for the 9. Navarro, how do you see this? What would you play? What do you guys like in the chat here to run these last 3 balls? Yeah, I like that, Lucky. And he hits it with opts to hit it with pace, and you have got to be kidding me. I mean, at this point, are we even surprised? It's just uncanny. Man, just unlucky for Rob here. He's obviously going to go with the jump. And Rob loves this jump shot. He's pretty accurate with it. Unless he wants to kick it. I mean, I've seen Rob opt to take the jump shot here very frequently. I think he is obviously feeling the pressure of the moment, knowing that if he drops this shot, yeah, he's gonna try to kick it into the corner. It looks like. Yeah, I think Lucky. I think you're absolutely spot on. That's why he's looking at this kick here because it would set him up a lot better for the 9. The jump obviously is a higher probability to make, but yeah, you don't leave yourself that good. This is a tough shot here. Yeah, let's see if he can get a little lucky. Yeah, that was always going to be a tough one there. Damned if you do, damned if you don't on that one. Jorge's been pretty nails all night with these last 3 ball runouts. We'll see if I just cursed him. And of course I did. For you Rob supporters, I take Venmo and Cash App, PayPal. Not a gimme here for Rob. I mean, these are always tough. He can definitely see it. I love that. Lucky coming in clutch with the strong mats. We love to see it. God, this is such an important moment for Rob. If he can run this out, this would be absolutely clutch for him. It's just a matter of where this cue ball can end up to play shape on the 9. Oh, that's just clutch. It's going to be tricky here. I mean, it's a great ball to pot. And now you're staring at a tricky one. I mean, there's a nice safety here. And depending on how that looks, tuck that cue ball right up next to the 10. If you don't get it quite right though, you really open the door, pretty much give the game away, but yeah, but I do like safe here right up against the 10. Yeah, just like that. Got to hit a rail. Ooh, very close. Well done. Well done by Rob. This is going to be awkward. speaking of awkward, this is a great time to shout out our title sponsor, Tarma Homes, Utah.com. Gentleman of the sport, works extra hard. If you've got real estate needs in Utah, hit him up. All right, back to the action. It's a nice touch, and Rob's going to get a chance to run this rack out here. I love all the chat, you guys. This is great. All right, well, Rob has this to get on the hill himself. And that's nails. Needs to keep coming. Yeah, there it is. He's got some options, probably 10 in the side here. Really, whatever he feels comfortable with. What a match. Oh my God. It's just the pressure. It's just the pressure. It's got to be. And I mean, yeah, it's a tough spot. Yeah, that's a brutal miss right there. I like it, Lucky. And this looks like a cut into the side. Nope, he's going all the way down and misses it. Oh my goodness. Both players are just, this is what we like to call in Utah a four-way stop. And you get people that pull up at the same time, and it's the classic, you go. No, you go. No, you go. I think they're both, somebody needs to put their foot to the floor and go through the damn stop sign here. Rob needs it badly. If he misses this one, he's gonna put himself in a, yeah, he's gonna put himself in a lot of trouble. And there it is. Oh man, do we still have any fans from Georgia in the house? Georgia, are you in the house? Because your boy Rob is on the hill. And I honestly don't know how that even happened. Rob had so many opportunities that went begging, and it looked like Jorge was going to run away with this thing, and now here we are. Rob controls his own destiny on the hill, putting the pressure on. What a match. Glad you're all here for it. Mary Lynn, burning the midnight oil. Yeah, big time pressure now. I mean, Jorge's answered almost every time Rob's gone on a run though. So, I mean, Rob really needs to run out of rack here. I mean, yeah, it's those long straight ones, right? I mean, we always practice we like the shape. Hardly ever want to be straight on a ball, but then when it comes up in a critical spot, God, you wish you did more drills on the long straighters. Makay's both. I can tell you right now, both. Rob plays every bit of his Fargo rating, and he's very clutch, unless he's playing against me, and then he craps the bed. But that's neither here nor there. Mostly giving him a little dig when he watches this back. But yeah, he's extremely clutch. Looks like he's taking a little bit of a breather right now to get his head settled. I think that's really smart. We appreciate y'all sticking around. Pretty exciting conclusion to this thing. All right. This is the most important break of the night, that's for sure. And that's perfectly executed. Both shoulder balls finding the side pocket, the one set up right there. I mean, this looks like I didn't want to say it. I'm not going to say it. Somebody else has to say it. Yeah, Matt had to clock off for the night. So you're left with the real amateur hours. But Rob is set up in a great spot here. Well, it would be fun to see the first break and run of the match. And maybe there was one earlier, I'm not sure. Colorado J, we have not done it. We're going to do the giveaway at the conclusion of this. So you are in luck. Rob loves the shape of this 3. Rob taking his time. He knows he's got a golden opportunity to run out here. That is it. Whew. He told me that he's only bringing you a T-shirt, his mom a T-shirt if she likes and subscribes to the page, which you've already done, obviously. Rob's got great shape on this to get back down table. I really don't want a commentator jinx him, but this looks really smooth. Oh my God. I'm just going to stop talking. Yeah, how do we have 30 something people watching and 12 likes? Man, Rob is going to be so mad at himself on that. And right on cue, Jorge is ready to punish. Yeah, it's so bad. It's so bad, guys. But it's all fun and games until the commentator curses the break and run for the match. Oh boy. Oh, that was close. That was a little dicey. It's about to go to Hill. Rob is on the hill. Jorge looking to get on the hill now. Nice and smooth follow there on the 8. And this seems pretty, I'm not even going to say it, but it seems pretty standard. I think he'll play it off the rail. Yep. Oh my gosh. Oh. It's like I know when I'm going to curse them. It's like I know when I'm going to commentators curse them. I literally know it, and then it just comes out of my mouth anyways. Pretty straightforward from here. Yeah, it's like I'm using my whatever the Patronus spell is that the freaking Harry Potter uses. Dude, for the win. Can he see enough of the 9 to get around? I think he can. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal. Rob will definitely be working on that shot a bunch. He's had a bunch of those. Oh my goodness. Unreal for the match. Oh man. Well, it's not over yet. It's going to go hill. Lucky, this can't be on me. This cannot be on me. See, look, pretty straightforward here for Jorge to close this out. See? Yeah, Navarro, I mean, you're obviously right there. That's one of those. It's so, yeah, it is so brutal. It's maybe just a little lack of focus, or it's been a long set here, you know. I mean,
You get some fatigue in there, and low-hanging fruit is right there in front of you. And here we go. We're hill. This is what we play for, right? This is good stuff. One of the shoulder balls finds its way in. And a look at the one. All right, here we go. Yeah, Jorge was just absolutely on a tear. Rob came out of the gate strong, and then Jorge just went on an absolute heater. And Rob's done really well to mitigate the damage and peel some away. And honestly, Rob had quite a few opportunities there that he just couldn't close out. But I think Rob, looking back, had a lot of chances to win this thing earlier, but I am back. Stream keeps crashing for me. I found it. You're right. I found it. In me trying to refresh my own screen, I've got the overhead camera working. And you know what? Let's go to it now. I've got just a piece of this one ball. This is a tester right here. And you got it. That overhead camera, we're going to have to do some work on that. We need a little higher frame rates from that bad boy. I've already put the request into HR. Just feels like harassment. Whoever took that like back, you can rot in hell. Just kidding. Oof, man. Boy, that's quite the leave there. I think the only thing you can do here is jump at this ball. Unless you can see it. Oh, man. And he could. That's a great touch. That's a really nice play by Rob there. Let's take a peek at this overhead real quick. Kind of see what we're looking at. That's a tough one. Jorge really comfortable with his angles. He's had a couple tough looks, and he just steps right up and knows exactly where to hit it. And now the door is open for Rob. That 5-ball 7 or 5-ball 6-ball is going to be a problem. It's the fake 4-ball, the purple the purple 5. And I think if you get you got a nice opportunity here after the 1 to break out that 4 or 5 rather, the fake 4. HR. Okay, well, I think the play here it looks like Rob was opting to play safe anyways. And tuck this cue ball in behind the 6. Oh, and he makes it. Wow, that's a damn good shot. I didn't think I don't think he was shooting at to pot the 2 ball, but he did. And that's an awesome breakout. A little awkward over the 5 ball here, but that might be just the shot that does it. Oh, trying to hold the cue, and God, how lucky can you get here? Rob pulling out all the luck as we go to the overhead view. Hard to tell if they're frozen or not, but that looks pretty gross. And again, Rob's going to get another opening here. I don't know if that 3 passes the 8. Looks like it does. Very nice. Rob is licking his chops right here. It's his game to lose right now. Oh, he's feeling it. It looks like the shape on this 6 is just a little awkward. This is the critical shot in the rack right here in the match, really. I'm trying everything just to stay balanced here, boys. Yeah, it's just awkward to just hard to see what to do there. I mean, I kind of like a little bit of draw on that, and then maybe play the 7 in the upper corner. Rob opts to follow it and come off the rail, and plays great shape on the 7, but 6 just wasn't there in the end. And now it's Jorge's match to lose. Tricky little cut here, or the little slice into the side pocket. Let's take a peek and just see kind of what we're looking at. Yeah, that angle is not great. I wonder if he opts to try to shoot it the bank into the corner. Yeah, this is definitely a tricky shot. Lucky, I apply curses to the players for the fans' enjoyment. If I do my job right, we just arrive at Hill. Okay, it looks like Rob has some room here to hit the 6. How clutch can Rob be? This would be big time. All right, he's going to play safe. Gets a nice kiss. That's well done. Yeah, that was really nice. This is going to be, God, that's good from Jorge. He just steps up there and just confidently gets a piece of it. I mean, just to not get ball in hand there is something. I mean, this is obviously, he left it open for Rob, but yeah, I think he may have rushed that a little bit. That was a critical spot. And I think Rob's looking at this wondering how did he miss and I'm not completely hooked? Because that's been the story of the whole match. And I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say anything. Rob is looking at the green ball, and he is going to apply a stroke on the cue here any minute. Am I going to dumb it down like that? Rob taking his time here, just scanning how he'd like the path of these next shots to go. Taking it. I mean, this is exactly what he should do in this situation. Just calm yourself, take some deep breaths, and when you're ready, get after it. Cool as you'd like right there. Yes, and Rob shoots at that ball and is now ready to shoot at another ball. See, this is curse proof right here. I do accept bribes. You see what I'm capable of. So next time I'm going to put my Venmo link. Well, this is exciting. It's all come down to this, and it's been awesome to have everybody here. And both these guys deserve to win this match. Obviously, studs and killer pool players in their own right. And that is beautiful. Beautifully done. And this is, I think Rob he really wants to get down on this shot, but I think you look at this, he's just forcing himself to take a little bit of time. He knows that he can hit this shot and just takes a little bit of time, walks around, takes a couple looks at it. This is more just calming the nerves than anything. And you don't want to overthink this either, just take as much time as you need and not a second more. When you're ready, go through your pre-shot routine and knock it down. And it's perfect. Little touch. Oh my goodness. I thought I was going to nudge the 10, and that is brutal. I didn't want to say anything, Makeza. You said it. I blame you. This one's on you. You did this. All right, let's see what we've called the left corner pocket. This would be a fun way to end this. Nope, he's gonna play safe. All right, it's gonna create some space. And I think that's a pretty strong play there. You're gonna see a safety battle. Unless Jorge is feeling Olympic and wants to try the long bank. What's everybody choose to do in this spot with your Jorge? I mean, you got to play a safety here, I think. It'd be one hell of a shot, and I won't remind Rob that I did this to him twice on Sunday to win 2 sets in a row with a long bank. Probably couldn't have made the shot again in 100 tries, but it doesn't matter. Efren Reyes coming in hot out of the chat. Yep, it's too close to the rail for the cut. I agree. I think if it were out a little bit more, that would come into play for sure. The chat wants the giant cojones bank shot, I think. I'd love to see it. Let's see what he decides to do. Okay, he looks like he's playing safe here. No, he's going for it. Oh my God. What a shot. What a match. Unreal. I don't think you folks realize that I commentator cursed at a Hall of Fame level right there. Oh my gosh, that was what a match, what a shot. Both players deserving to win that one, and I love seeing that. You just decide to go for it, full send, and center cut, poke chop. What a match. Man, that was a fun one. Marathon match for sure, and we really appreciate everybody's support. If you're local, please reach out to Tarma Homes, Utah.com. If you've got any real estate needs, buying, selling, and Kevin Tarma is an awesome guy and sponsor of the channel. Please like the video. That helps us get some views, and subscribe if you haven't. We promise we won't spam you, but there's some great content coming down the pipe here as we start to build, get more angles, and man, congrats to both players. Absolutely. What a fight. And that was really, really fun to be a part of. And thank you all for putting up with me. And we'll sign off. I know we're gonna do the drawing, so let me hang tight here for just a second and see. I should probably take my phone off of do not disturb mode. Let's see if Rob texts me here. I think we're gonna do the drawing. It's Mackenzie, it's a really new channel actually. I think Rob just started it up within the month. So yeah, we're just in the infant stages of getting this thing rolling. If you know Rob, he is a full throttle, do everything to the absolute max. So I don't think it's long before we have the best of the best playing on the table and coming into town. We get a pretty good following of pro players come through Utah just because of the closeness to Las Vegas, and it's kind of a natural pathway as you're traveling around. So yeah, that was a fun match. Keep tuned here if we're gonna do this drawing. Let me see if I can get in touch with Rob. Again, every one of you that subscribe and just leave a comment of your name and where you're from in the chat, we will enter and do a drawing right now for a free 11 ballroom t-shirt, and they're sweet. I've got one on actually right now as we speak, and Rob did a great job with the design. The cotton is very comfortable, very cozy, and we will send it out